grow up and blow away.
Dipset. Come on. Blackout. Let's do it. Dip, 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 dip. Now this here's that bomb diggy, diggy, diggy dang, the Don's with me. Killer, a killer nigga, you think about harming me. Capo's corrupted, he's the wrong Vato to fuck with. Labeled and known as a young Pac to the public, and me, human crack in the flesh. I'm the last of the best. One word to describe me, spectacular, yes. So stay calm, shorty, when you see that Palm 40, I pop it slow, you rock and roll like Bon Jovi. So don't fool with the click, don't fool with the dips. You will die, you will lie in a pool full of shit. When that gun with the clipping, start dumping and ripping at y'all head, y'all some dead, some of my bitches. You give a chick hard dick and bubble gum. I give a chick a hard brick and bubble yum. Like here, take that, shake that, break that, in half, and please bring my cake back. You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk, move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 phone race.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk, move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 phone race. This is that bang, bang, bang to my hula gang, gang. While you moving them things and your toolies go bang. Cyrus. Call me Ricochet Rabbit, cause I click and spray Maddox and my niggas straight savage. Goonies, Penelope Pump let off 6-hole round, rolling shell, hit the ground. In the hood, I'm known as the capo, to the goons in the heights is all dato. Okay, I know me some vatos, the life of moving on vatos. Okay, muchacho, they told me that you got it pago. I know one move or someone lose, you know we gon' pop you at my time. This that 911 with a 9-double-M. If it's crime, let's have fun, let's have fun, let's have fun. This that old Trizzy 1, triple O, whoa, whoa. If you scared, get your gun, get your gun. This that up top crunk, when the truck stop, dump. This where the buck stop, chump.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk, move, bitch, get drunk, stupid.
Killer.
High like space,
Dipset.
4-5
Let's
phone
go.
race.
Yo, that Rudy Tooty, Fruity Louie, what I usually
What's
do.
this?
That jump, stomp, breathe. Cats in the truck, pat, pat, casket the duck. I'm the menace, owe me money, tat, 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 what the fuck? Y'all reppin' that 5 still? I'm reppin' that 5 mil. Neverland, Thriller, Killer, Cam, Jackson, 5 bills. So what? Let's style a bit, Italian and 5,000 fish. Show you how to get that powder shit. Foul and flip that out of it. I'm proud of it, it's your turn. Jim so burn, live bitch, why kiss on my wrist a glowworm. 50,000, and I keep heat. Cause in these streets you just hear whoop whoop, wham wham, beat beat. And you trouble never, me hit a humble diva. And I stay with the right, I got jungle fever. So tell Lucy that a boobies, loco, kooky, monster, who he. I'm the one that represent, left to left, death to death. You'll get yellow tape outline at your sketch.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk, move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 phone race.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk, move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 phone race.
acting, the scene is all wrong. Curtailing ourselves, nothing lasts so very long. A carbon copy that typed out wrong. Ghosting up like a sight and slowly along. Dressed up to the alcohol, feeling so much better. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this gift and so resolved. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this gift and so resolved. Don't know the meaning of devotional. Pictured me there, threadbare in the bathroom floor. Purposeful, your secret disguise. Surrender to his arms, fixing up the seat that dies. So you sing happy birthday to death. A hater's wealth and a lover's rest. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this gift and so resolved. Open wide, crawling walls. He's got this gift and so resolved. Buy this car to drive to work to pay for this car. Buy this car to drive to work to work.
Welcome to the Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan, and I am checking my microphone. It's on. I'm Jordan, and tonight we're watching the last, I believe, presidential debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. But first, please consider donating to Devon's Journey to Recovery. The GoFundMe link is in the description box. If you got $5 or more laying around, you want to donate to a charity, you can. Unless you can't. You can at Devon's Journey to Recovery. GoFundMe link in the description box. All right. I saw a bunch of fuckers in here. Let's see. Anthony. What's up, Anthony? Muay Thai. Karen. Uncle Drew. Matt Hunter. I think I saw someone else here. Am I skipping someone? No, I'm not Jamaican. Just so you know. I am not Jamaican. I'm actually part Native American. That's right. I got reparations from both sides, bitches. Pay me. I want a casino and a fried chicken joint. That's right. I'm going to mix them together. Start a multi-billion-dollar corporation. I don't know. Crispy slot machines. I need to come up with a cooler name than that. You get it. So no, I'm not Jamaican. Trump is just going to stand there and read Hunter's text. Ha! He'll probably try to bring it back to that. But the thing I'm most interested in is to hear all the propaganda about Iran and Russia. And because I think one of the topics tonight is foreign policy. And we just had this story about Iran pretending they're Proud Boys. And then Proud Boys proclaiming like we should go to war with Iran. It's like, hey, why were you guys supporters of Trump in the first place? Did that whole narrative go away? Is it now just like, who cares? We support the guy for supporting the guy. No other reason. It wasn't the anti-war stuff. It wasn't Hillary going to jail. There's no reason behind it. We just support him now. We've gotten so lost in this culture war that all we care about is just supporting the guy we picked years ago. We don't even remember the reasons why. That is the game. That is the I would call it my own version of the Great Reset. That's what that is. Because in order to control people, you really need to embed some seeds in their mind. And you do that by, making them feel like heroes, right? They're doing that to both sides, right? You have your TYT wing and obviously your mainstream Democratic wing, and then you have your MAGA, or what do I call it? I'll call them right-wing grifter wing, and the mainstream Republican right side people. And they're just playing this game where they're, pity-patting you both against each other. And at the end of the day, you end up falling in line with policies you probably would never agree with. If you fall into those camps, that is. Normal people, I don't want to say normal because it seems like there's too many people locked in this little dilemma thing. But I'd say, critically thinking, healthier-minded people are stepping back and looking at this and like, wow, this is like a game they're playing. It's like, wait a minute. Like, right, you have somebody from 2016 who's like, wait, I didn't vote for Trump for this, for war with Iran. That's not my reason. It was to get out of the Middle East. And now these grifters, like Proud Boys, Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, they will celebrate Trump no matter what. Well, actually, that's kind of more Tim Pool's thing. Proud Boys and Tim Pool are in that camp of whatever he does. If he says we're getting out of the Middle East, they'll support it. If he says we're staying and we're bombing Iran, they're for that too. And then there's, the left-wing side, which is just, the grifting side. I guess put TYT in that category of the just against Trump no matter what is said, and support whoever Trump is going against no matter what. It could be Hitler with a different name. He's named like Bob Hitler. So as long as it's not Trump, I'm okay with it. Lesser of two evils. One less concentration camp. And it's like, wow, you guys will totally support something you're absolutely, at least you proclaimed you're against. It's like, wow, how did that happen? And it was like simple. It's not like basic psychology happened here. Basic marketing techniques. Very, very, very basic marketing techniques, right? It's McDonald's versus Burger King. Very simple shit that I think any normal person or even the dum-dums will even look at that and be like, oh, they're having a behind closed door agreement to have this competition so that they can both sell burgers, but they don't realize it when they're voting in their political races. All right, I'm done ranting. That's it for me. Let me read some comments. Had to let one go, man. Yeah, I got time for a video. White Tie is proud to be white. Congratulations. Some shit you didn't earn. You didn't earn it. Be proud of it. Ahmadinejad equals Gavin McInnes. Let's see. Black Lives Matter is far more violent and destructive than the Proud Boys. Yet the media pretend the Proud Boys are violent and that Black Lives Matter is not violent at all. Prove me wrong. Well, first of all, the name Black Lives Matter isn't really like a specific group, which is part of the problem. Because you probably have, some intelligence guys doing some things in the name of Black Lives Matter, in the name of the actual peaceful protesters. And there's also some normal dum-dums that are dipshits that are doing stupid shit because, someone's nudging them along or they're really just stupid on their own, which I would just call those guys grifters looking for attention or whatever. Same thing on the Proud Boy side. There's some honest guys who believe I'm in a club that we're doing the right thing. Meanwhile, it's just intelligence scattered throughout their organization. Just doing the bidding of U.S. intelligence, but U.S. and possibly other intelligence agencies, and yeah, no big deal. That's my team, though. So that's why you always try to judge by an individual basis. Yeah, that's what I try to do. I think Tom Hartman is Tim Pool's equivalency on the Dem side. I doubt it. Not saying that their content isn't similar. What I'm saying is the magnitude. Tim Pool has more of a magnitude, and the the left-wing guys are starting to notice it. They're just starting to notice some shit that me and James have been saying for years now. Like, something off with this motherfucker. Like, something, like, I think it's for me at some point I was like, this guy's connected somehow, or, you know, someone's driving him around, basically. But then it could honestly be pathology. Like, really something psychologically off with this guy. Like, seriously. To where he's, like, overly paranoid, to where he will come up with a scheme to move people in a direction because of fear, and also the added there's a third option. Money, obviously. Right? Just to make money off of dum-dums who have no idea about any of the issues outside of Trump is good. If they don't know anything outside of that, then they're bound to get lost in that shit. Like, terrible content. It's not even like, I don't think he speaks very well as far as, like, making a point. I mean, I'm not great either, but he's just like, fuck, like, that shit doesn't make sense, what he's saying. I at least ask the question, like, hey, does that make sense? This guy's just grift away. He'll say something, he'll say like a full paragraph of nonsensical shit, and at the end he'll say, yeah, anyways, and he'll move on to something else, like, and just say, anyways, Trump is great, or Trump did good, or the Democrats are insane, or whatever the fuck he'll say. He'll just make, like, it's basically dipshit viewers who are listening for just key taglines, key phrases of, like, I don't understand what you just said right there. And at the end is like, well, Trump is great. Oh, okay, I understand that. Good. Thumbs up. Either that or he pays for views and likes and all that shit, which is very possible. Anyways, did you know Proud Boys are no fap? What the fuck? I didn't know that. It's probably because first of all, it's probably bullshit, and it's probably because they clearly fed off of the MGTOW thing too, right? That was a thing, I guess a couple of years ago or whatever. They fed off of that as well. That's what grifters do. They'll stick their tentacles into any fucking thing they can fucking find. Let's see. So when Sanders said he supported Black Lives Matter, who was he talking about if there is no such group? Because it's a message, it's a narrative, right? There's actually a few different organizations named Black Lives Matter, like, that are official organizations, right? Or offshoots of whatever. But I think the thing was that it's a message about, probably about, police brutality or whatever. That's probably its origins. So, yeah. Anthony put a link down. Let me check that shit out. I saw Vouch's face for some reason. Democracy is not the opposite of authoritarianism. Alright, give me a second. What's up, Vicious? You fuck. Let's see. I think Trump might. I guess this is scuffed. Change your name. I think Trump might win, but the official narrative is going to be that he stole the election and Russiagate will be pushed even more aggressively. And Iran. Right? And he'll have to prove that he's not working with the Iranians too, so he'll have to, bomb them or sanction them more or whatever. That little psyop. At least it smells like one. Let's see. Hey, just Mac, you're not getting some sort of special intro, you fuck. Manager says, dipshit viewers, sounds like you're one of them. If not, then how do you know so much about his video content? Because it's interesting to look at. It's interesting to watch. It's fucking funny. And it smells like something's dangerous in there. It's probably as dangerous as in this recent event with Iranian hacking the Proud Boys and sending threats to Democrats and Democratic voters. It's like, why is this guy going to just, he'll play with the lines and pretend he's not selling the blatant narrative, the blatant mainstream narrative, the blatant intelligence narrative, but he is, right? Or Cassandra Fairbanks will bring up legit points about the Trump administration and their extradition of Julian Assange, and Tim will say, well, Joe Biden would be worse though, right? It's like, If that doesn't smell funny to you, then you're probably one of those dipshits. What else? Yeah, I'm not reading that HS Mac. He's not here right now, so. I'm just talking about grifters. HS Max. No big deal. Just talking about grifters. We'll see one of your favorite grifters soon. Thank you, Anthony. Oh, by the way, my YouTube thing, it's still fucking up. I upgraded my OBS. I almost said OCB. I upgraded my OBS. I changed some settings. I messed with my Adobe shit. Still, I get a white screen when I'm not actually on the YouTube page. So if you see the screen blinking, that's why. I'm just going to say Scuff. Scuff says, how are they linking Trump to Iran when he killed Soleimani? People, first of all, look at the audience they're talking. Are they really going to connect those two? Are they going to connect that together? Then they'll link Iran to Russia, which there is, I guess, somewhat of a link as far as support and stuff. And they can link it to China, and then they can start World War III. I don't know if they're going to do that, but those are the three big scaries, right? China, Russia, and Iran. So if anything, it'll be used as a talking point to scare the mass population into, what's the word? Obedience? I mean, yeah, I won't call it obedience, because obedience sounds more like you give an order and someone just accepts it and follows it, as opposed to something like they will lure them into thinking they're making their own choices, which is the deadliest version, right? To where you're coming up with answers to things, but you don't know where they came from. And it's like, oh, fuck, you're really lost. That's like purgatory. What else? Is it going to be a virtual debate, or will they be in the same room? I think they're in the same room. What's up, propaganda? Let's see. The percentage of people who will decide to vote or not to vote for a candidate based on foreign policy is minuscule. So, isn't that... Well, it doesn't have to be... It's supposed to be based on everything, right? Isn't that supposed to be the right answer? It's supposed to be based on everything. That's why you vote, right? But why is foreign policy always just dismissed? So you probably tried to make a point there, and it just like turned into dust. Thanos snapped it. So that's a trash point to bring up. Well, people aren't really voting on foreign policy. It's like, isn't that a problem? Not that they should be just focusing on foreign policy. It's that they don't look at it at all. At all. That's a problem. Which is why when I bring up the killing kids argument, you flutter out of existence. Anyways. No, I don't call him OCB. Like, ever. Except, like, I guess kind of like here. I'm joking around, but Let's see. I don't know what you weirdos are talking about. What's up, Jack? How you doing? It's gonna be. There's gonna be a portion dedicated to foreign policy, but I don't know how much. I don't know how much. And yeah, like Uncle Drew was saying, Trump may want to like just straight up pivot and focus on Biden's son or something, or whatever. I'm not making a point, just stating a fact. So you just said that for no reason. You said that for no reason at all. Why do you think people don't care about foreign policy so much? Have they shown? All right. If I bring up a foreign policy idea to someone, the best they can do is say, "Well, I don't want to be in the Middle East." And it's like they also have no idea we're in these other places at all. They have no idea we're in Africa and South America and all these other fucking countries, which is, shows me a lack of care. But they understand all the mainstream details of all these other policies. Kinda. Better than foreign policy. Seems like foreign policy, all they know is on and off switch. Yes, no. It's like, do you want war? It's either yes or no. Nothing beyond that. No understanding of how we got there or why these guys might want to go to war or all the things that build up to it. There's no fucking clue. No clue. But they can tell you, oh, Trump was late to warn us about COVID. Don't know that shit. They don't know enough about foreign policy or care about it enough because the mainstream media doesn't know or care enough about it, including your lovers at TYT or your lovers at Timcast or Crowder or whoever. You can see countless, endless videos of Black Lives Matter. Committing unprovoked violent acts, and not one vid of these so-called Proud Boys committing violent acts. That's false. Once again, I take it by individual. There have been guys who consider themselves Proud Boys committing acts of violence. Straight up. Just like there's been guys who call themselves Black Lives Matter committing acts of violence. For sure. But what gets lost is always the majority. What are the majority of people doing? You would think a whole city would be... If there's thousands of Black Lives Matter in a city, like the whole fucking place would be looted and overrun if they're all violent and all rioting. And that's only common sense. I don't know. Mr. Olson is vlogging. Interesting. What else we got? You're making fun of Asians. Okay. Don't let me get in your way. Yeah, it is a lie. It ain't right, but don't nobody give a damn about anything but COVID now. Yeah, probably something close to that. Which, a hero would... Like a Batman, if there was a Batman, he'd look at that and be like, fuck all of you. It's like, you only care about this because you could get infected or hurt by it. Or you can make a career out of this. I don't know. That's how I feel sometimes. But hey, man, there's this war where people were dying every day. But dying at higher rates than COVID. That's probably not true, but dying significant numbers. And it's like, this has been going on for years now. Where were you? But Someone's been watching Dr. Disrespect propaganda. It just meant click it. Alright. I heard Matt Hunter is actually Hunter Biden's alt account. Haha. Let's see. Oh wait, let me look up this video real fast. Have it ready to go. Actually, I just bought. Hold on. I can't type in my left hand by itself. It's tragic. Damn it, Google. Finish my words for me. There it is. Alright. I'll have that ready. Let's see. Oh, I was gonna say, actually, I bought a new PC, and now it doesn't work. If someone could, actually, I'm seriously asking if someone could help. I upgraded it. It's a refurbished fucking HP compact thing, and I updated Windows 10, and then when I went to restart, now it's stuck on looping between like a black screen and the HP logo. It won't start up. So if anyone knows anything, please help me. It'll help streams out a lot more instead of fucking around with this laptop. Let's see. Let's see. You're right that people aren't informed on foreign policy, but my question is, why don't more people care about it? Why don't people care? Well, it's not in front of them. Like we were just saying with the COVID thing, right? Why would people care more about that? Right? It's boosted up on the mainstream news, 100%. Boosted up in the content people see, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I'm directly in danger. Right? People cared about foreign policy back during 9/11 and shit, right? I'm directly in danger. And it's posted everywhere on the mainstream to where they can get 72% of Americans to support the war. Good job, guys. It's like, I wouldn't have fell for that shit. But, something tells me you might have, or you would have, or you actually did. Something tells me. But I don't know. Yell, bro, do you think it's okay? Fuck. It jumped on me. Sorry. It's from Anthony. It jumped. Let me see. Fuck. Holy shit, I'm that far behind. Yell, bro, do you think it's okay to lie in a specific scenario? Now you're... Alright, let me see the words you put. Do you think it's okay? Well, I'll say this. As far as on the surface, practically thinking, it's like, yeah. I wouldn't say yeah as in it's okay, as in yeah, it's okay, but yes as in it happens, it exists, and I've done it, I've seen it happen everywhere else. Yeah, it happens. Now, if we're asking the moral question, like, is that okay? That's when intention is such a big thing to pay attention. Like, why are you lying? What's your intention behind lying? So, That's the important context we need to see. I think the best answer would be like, oh, there's no reason to lie, ever. If someone asks you something like that's embarrassing or something you don't want to tell someone, just say, that's my business, I'm not telling you. It's not lying, and also, stand your ground. Liam sounds Irish. I don't trust the Irish. Team England all day. No, I don't know. What's up, Liam? How you doing? Only concern on foreign policy is it would quickly turn into jingoism Olympics. What the fuck does jingoism mean? I heard that before. I've heard that word before, but I don't know what it means. I don't get lovers of Timcast at all. Watching Tim Pool retards your knowledge. TYT seems fine to me, but I don't really watch them anymore either. Yeah, TYT sounds competent compared to Tim Pool. Like, his content is like just him just speaking English is just horrid to me. It bothers me. Anthony gets baked every night. Joe forever wore Biden. I think they're both in that camp because they have masters. Let he who is without sin cast the first rock, and I shall smoketh it. Hunter. I seriously thought you were going with a Bible quote for a second. And then it just turned. The narrative changed out of nowhere. Not bad. You got me with that one. Hannah Cranston, I don't know who that is. Let's see. Yelbro said he would take money from special interest donors and then use it for good. So that's like lying. No, it's not. How's that lying? If I'm walking down the street, someone ran up to me with, $10 million in fucking, what do we call it, satchels or whatever, duffel bags, and he just throws it at me and runs away. It's like, where's the lying at? That's the same to me. I mean, like, I'm not gonna, if there's some like corporate donor or whatever, I'm running for office and there's a corporate donor or whatever, and he's like, oh, well, we got $10 million with your name on it. If they don't add an if to it, I'll just say, okay, thanks for the donation. If they're like, $10 million if you do blah blah blah, like, no, I'm not doing that. You still want to give me the money? I'll take it. Sounds like I could do more with it than you could. In fact, I've already done more with it than you could. But either by having it or not even having it. It's like I'm doing more with your money than you are, you shithead. You've earned it. Enjoy purgatory. Enjoy purgatory, where you're just chased by your own shadows forever. No, that's not true. I'm making shit up. But it sounds nice, doesn't it? Just a big old highlight reel of your life fuck-ups. Everyone's got those. And in fact, the real crazy types, like these Wall Street psychopath type dudes, like, their things that would be like just embarrassing to us are even worse for them, right? Because they had to, right? They had to turn something off in order to become some cold, gel in the hair, slick back, I'm a businessman guy thing. I gotta bang 50 broads before it's over so I can say I did something. Then you just flash back to when they're in 5th grade and some girl like fucking, I don't know, spit in his food or something, like, you piece of shit, fuck you. And just spit in it, like, fuck you. And you got that feeling like, oh no, I'll just throw this emotion thing away and I'll become the best at whatever. It's like their movie reel is like even more frightening than ours would be. For us, it'd be like, oh, fuck, that's embarrassing. Or that sucks. Or, ooh, that's fucking cringy. Look what I did there. Them, it's like, oh no, run. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, I gave too much of the plot away. My bad. How many died to the Sackler family alone? Shitty memory. It seems to be the default belief that the West, especially America, has an evil and invasive foreign policy. It seems you are expected to concede that before you can discuss foreign policy. No, you can go right from the jump and go from there, and it's like kind of self-explanatory from there. Not just this government, but all over the world. Who started what? Who the fuck knows? Just know it's creepy, psychopathic mother freakers that could become the heads of state and do some of the creepiest shit we wouldn't even think is real. Once again, who started it? Who knows? Once again, it's probably some kid who got embarrassed. He got embarrassed in grade school, and then he's like, I'm gonna get back at you guys. And then, they studied their books and became smart. And I'll win in the end. I'll win. My family will be a dynasty and we'll take over everything. And then they die and then nothing happens for them. It's like, oh, that was a fucking waste of life. Start over. Let's see. I got a crazy imagination, don't I? Just making stuff up. The moment the draft was taken away, Americans stopped caring. I don't know. But you can recognize the psychological underpinnings without adding content to it, right? Like, if you just take that and break it down psychologically, right? It's like, okay, what could be the possible scenarios here? Well, it's like, okay, now maybe people aren't threatened anymore, so they don't have to think about, like, oh, fuck, I'm going to go to war. Oh, fuck, I'm going to go to war, right? You can sort of recognize psychological underpinnings without exactly knowing the exact content detailed thing, right? And then you just take those and translate them to any time period you want, really, as far as the way people are thinking. That's why psychology is so fucking important. Some people need opioids. Try getting your back broken, then see how anti-Oxycontin you are. Wait, I don't know. I guess you're responding to someone else. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever taken anything like that. But I've never been, fucked up like that. Most I've ever had is like Tylenol for like a toothache or something after the dentist or whatever. But, yeah. Once again, you gotta judge intentions and context and all that shit before you start saying who's what. Right? Even the creepy psychopathic guys, the Joe Bidens and Donald Trumps of the world, add some context, right? Wasn't there that lady, like Trump's like niece or cousin or something, that said Trump's dad treated him like shit? And then there's like, what's his name? I think it's John D. Rockefeller. It's like, I'm going to cheat my kids every day I get to make them stronger. Meaning that they'll do shit without feeling bad about it. Right? Just wearing down the empathy thing. Condition it out of them. Fuck. I gotta get to this video soon before this debate starts. It looks interesting. Jordan bought a new PC with Devon's Journey to Recovery funds. Fuck you. Windows 10 is buggy sometimes, bro. Sometimes it helps if you rub one out. Ha 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 ha. Sounds like a software issue. Yes, it does to me. I might end up having to reset it. I mean, I haven't done anything on it, so there's no data to back up or anything, so I don't mind just resetting it back to factory settings and trying again. But Windows 10 is fucked up. It's done it to this laptop where it's erased everything on my fucking laptop, and I had to go into like a system recovery thing, and I lost a shitload of data because, you know, when you're updating, you're not thinking about, oh, I need to back all this fucking information up so it's there. It's like, no, you just fucking do. You're just like, fuck, Windows 10 is forcing me to fucking update, so fuck it, update it, whatever. And yeah. Let's see. Jesus Christ, I'm far behind. I'm way far behind. I had no idea. Yo, yell, bro. My friend Assman may be able to help you out if you have Discord. I got rid of Discord on my laptop. He was in the chat before. Tell him to fucking log in. What happened? We still alive? I think we're still alive. Alright. This is why I bought another PC. Yeah, I haven't gotten that far. I was messing around with it before the stream started, so I didn't boot it into safe mode. It's very weird. It's like black screen, then the HP screen will show up, and then back to the black screen, and it's just flash back and forth, like it's constantly restarting or something. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So, yeah, I didn't do it, but I was gonna run just a diagnostic fucking check or whatever, or run the BIOS, whatever the fuck you have to do. Figure it out. Let's see. Just the act of walking around surrounded by a mask-wearing populace instills a sense of danger. Yeah. I mean, it can if you're conditioned. If you are in a way like a auto response, whether it's based on environmental conditioning or biological conditioning, like environmental as in everyone's like, be scared of this, be scared of this, be scared of this, or biological as in I've been sick before, I don't want that, be aware. Like, it can happen. If you're understanding these conditioning factors, then you should be able to navigate your way through it, I would think. We shouldn't care about things before understanding them well. That's not true. You should care about everything. Right? Care about things you haven't even experienced yet. So you can actually experience it. Like, really experience it. Because there's no primer on top of you that's stopping you from experiencing something. To where you're like, oh, fuck, I can't do this. Too afraid. Can't pet that dog. I was bit when I was 5 years old. Can't pet that dog over there. It's like you're already primed before even meeting the dog in front of you. Don't put the horse before the carrot. I don't know. Are you going to be in different places or the same spot? I guess you're talking to someone else. Ah, Uncle Drew used to work for Lenovo. You cheater. Supposed to be Hewlett Packard all day. Give me that HP love. Craft. You've made it clear that you believe that those on the receiving end of a cruel foreign policy are of more moral worth than those on the giving end. No. Not what I said. You know, I keep bringing up that word intentions, you know? As in, someone could be believing they're doing the right thing, but they're actually just bombing kids. Or whatever. There's a whole bunch of, once again, whole bunch of scenarios there. But you gotta take that into account, don't you? Like, what is your reason for doing this? Why do you care to do this? Is that not important? And then what is the intention behind the intention, right? There's a content intention of, I'm doing this because of this. And then there's the, like, do you think that's doing good? Or do you think that's doing bad? Or is it neither for you? Like, that's the behind that, the non-verbal intention. That's the thing that needs to be studied the most by, individuals doing it to themselves. Say, did I buy my wife flowers because I wanted to do something good for her? Or do I just want her to not yell at me? I don't know. These quiet ones are important. For example, my hunter cares about things before having even the most rudimentary understanding of the world. And as a result, he's a miserable fail troll. Yeah, but he's doing something. He's acting on things. Care doesn't require a physical, verbal action. Not really. If you're in a openly caring about everything, then everything's important. It's almost the same as there being no content, as much as there is content, right? There's experience. I hope that made sense. I think lying to a child is worth doing at times. I don't know if I feel the same about government. Oh, militarism. I guess that's what? Jingoism? Okay, jingoism. Essentially warmongering. Gotcha. I mean, there's a way to not lie to kids. There's a way to do that. Just maybe we just haven't figured it out. Isn't society in general more responsible for not caring about foreign policy more than the media? Just blaming the media seems like a boogeyman cop-out. I'm not just blaming them. Didn't I just go on a thing about, maybe I'm late in the comments, but I just went on this whole thing about conditioning and all that. I mean, right? If you're just go along to get along, and, it is what it is. What up, man? I'm English, so actually worse. But Karen, Prop, and Jack can vouch for me. I don't like them either. Those fucks. No, I'm just playing. Nah, I'm just playing around with you. You Irish English prick. Actually, we should get Liam the battle Muay Thai. The English versus the Irish. Who will come out on top? What time does the debate start? Like a half hour, I think. I do gotta play this video. It's a 10-minute video, I think. I'll get to it, Anthony. I'll get to it. I tell the truth even when I lie. Ha ha ha. You don't smell like an artist to me. They're not going to give you money out of the blue. It will happen after you've had talks and you have convinced them to invest in you. Okay. So if I convince them, give me the fucking money then. The fuck? It's too easy of an answer for me. So yeah, I'll take the money. Oh, they added stipulations. I won't take the money. They can have it then. It's like, fuck. Okay. If anyone hasn't checked out LBRY Library, I remember this from last time, would do so. It rocks and maybe putting content up. Cool. Everybody check that out. Don't forget your modded jack, so you can always link the website in the chat. I think you can. I think you could do outside of YouTube links, right? I'm pretty sure you can. I just found out Hector Salamanca from Breaking Bad is the same dude Scarface shot in the car after screaming, "You die, motherfucker." Now Hector's the old guy, right? The with the bell, ding 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 ding, right? Yeah. Right? He's the older one. The old dude. Read comments faster, bro. I can't, because I have to give answers to them. I can't just, I can't just Jimmy Dore, Tim Pool, Sam. I can't, I can't do all your favorite YouTubers' version of reading comments where it's like, yeah, Jimmy, I'm thinking about ending it all. I'm tired of life. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. All right. Next comment. That's what I feel like that's what I feel like you guys get when when these guys read your comments. I mean, to be honest, they get a shitload of comments, so I understand, but 900 plus military bases around the world, not invasive. Nah, they're just chilling there. Wow, you sound like Crowder there. Yelber, you hear about the clinical COVID vaccine death report from Brazil? No, I have not. I have not heard about that. Alright, we're gonna do something where you guys tag me if you have a comment for me, so I don't get lost. I'm already lost, but How about we go into the video, and then if you said something and I missed it, just re-comment it and tag me in it. Jorge Ramirez, how you doing, man? How you doing? Alright, so I got this video recommended by Anthony. Fuck, I gotta put it up on screen. Once again, my screen's gonna flash white every so often, so forgive me. This comes from Anthony Reyes in the chat. Channel is Stephen Michael Davis. Democracy is not the opposite of authoritarianism. Here we go. I need volume. Stupid speaker ruining my little introduction. Damn it. I gotta turn audio for you guys on too. There we go. Let's see what it do.
No, us Republicans love authoritarian government. We love fascism. We hate democracy. That's why we don't want you to count the votes. Those are facts.
So I'm sure you all heard about the recent...
That already there from the jump is just like, what a cringy human that is. Cringy person.
controversy regarding Joe Rogan and Spotify. The podcast platform, which signed a $100 million exclusive deal with the popular Joe Rogan Experience, is already facing a bit of an internal revolt from its employees over the content of Rogan's show. According to Digital Music News, a group of Spotify staffers are now reportedly pushing to introduce direct editorial oversight over the Joe Rogan Experience before episodes go live. That includes content flags, trigger warnings, references to fact-check information, or simply refusing to publish the episode at all. The Spotify employees are...
See, that's one of those things that makes my conspiracy ears perk up, right? Where it's like, Joe Rogan, the most pillowy, soft fucking podcast, the most uncontroversial show that's trying to be controversial ever. And it's like they're They're flipping out over that. Unfucking real. So Hitler, what was it like being you? I mean, you must get so much attention. The non-conflict having, like, wet noodle, pussy-ass Joe Rogan. Holy shit.
Are apparently threatening to strike if they don't get their way on this. This, on top of the fact that while Rogan's entire library was supposed to be available, episodes featuring controversial guests such as Alex Jones, Gavin McInnes, and Milo Yiannopoulos are not available for download or listen. Weirdly, I haven't seen too much...
Right, those are the ones they flip out about. It's like, those guys? Those are lukewarm content creators who have nothing real to say. Straight up. Fuck.
Talk about this. The opportunity to bash obnoxious woke scolds while also putting Joe Rogan in your thumbnail is a golden opportunity for clicks that most YouTubers usually wouldn't pass up. I figured at this point we'd have graduated from the initial reactions, and we'd be on our way to reacting to other people's reaction to this news. That's so much of what our online discourse is these days. People talking about people who talk to other people for a living. Of course, I would never put someone's name in the video title or hop on a trend just for the sake of some cheap clicks. So I will not be taking part in that circle jerk, thank you very much. No, I want to talk about a couple of other things that are a little more enduring, so that hopefully this video has a longer shelf life. This whole ordeal reminds me of the fact that there's really no such thing as being truly independent. As I understand, Joe Rogan is the owner.
If you have Stefan Molyneux talking about, you know, like the most controversial thing he said on Joe Rogan is about defooing that whole thing. And you have Alex Jones who's talking about space things in the 8th dimension that are secretly controlling blah, blah, blah. Come on, son. We all know that's light work. Light work. There's nothing where... If there's something where someone could dig their teeth into and really be like, is this actually viable? Is this idea viable? Is this legit? To where I have to go research it, look into it? Or maybe I take them at, like, either way, it's something savory about it. Something, even if it's incorrect, it's something nutritious about it. Like, I'm getting something out of this. Maybe old Rogan. Maybe when Rogan had Michael Rupert on. Or Peter Joseph on. But not this shit we see today. Not the videos that, you know, the pop culture types enjoy now. You know, Matthew McConaughey and shit like that.
And sole proprietor of his show. This is still the case even after the deal with Spotify. They want me to just continue doing it the way I'm doing it right now. It's just a licensing deal, so Spotify won't have any creative control over the show. If anything, there was hope that this would decrease the external pressure on the controversial show.
I don't think you even hear or understand what propaganda is saying at all.
We don't know how this will all shake out, but
you probably work for the government or something, to be honest with you.
We live in a condition of interdependence.
I'm not saying some, like, conspiracy you work for the government. I'm saying, like, those usually seem like the dumbest guys in the room. Just being honest, man. Like, because they're so, like, they're probably focused on something else, like career or getting ahead or whatever. And they just miss information. I mean, like, they just blow past information. Like, avoid it. It might even avoid it in certain spots. Which is like, unless there's like a full-blown Trump supporter who only understands MAGA and jobs, like they'll survive in that room. But like, go anywhere deeper and it's just like, fucking stay away from that shit, man. That's fucking up my vibe. My feng shui, my psychological feng shui is off. You can't fuck with that. But anyways. See how I said something that made complete, like, I explained it perfectly. I just basically called him a normie who works for the government, who doesn't want to feel bad about the job they have. They just want to, you know, I just want a nice career and blah, 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 blah. I threw out that whole scenario. He said, yes, yo, bro, I'm CIA. See? Just took what I just said right there and just threw it away. Didn't hear any of it. Or not. I mean, could just be trolling. Anyways.
and therefore we are inevitably, in some way, shape, or form, bound by the standards and morality of others, whether we like it or not. I like to think of myself as someone who was willing to speak my mind, yet I still answered to the monetization gods. I debated for a good 10 minutes whether or not to write circle jerk in the script of this video, knowing that it would probably lose me money, but I couldn't think of an adequate substitute to strike the tone I wanted to set, so I decided I couldn't do without it, and I will likely suffer the consequences. Hopefully this one sneaks by the algorithm. If not, so be it. I've made my bed, now I must lay in it. Rogan is far wealthier and more popular than I am, obviously. He's also a comedian who works in alternative media. Society is much more willing to tolerate his eccentricities for precisely these reasons. Yet he's
not eccentric.
Roadblocks from time to time. Even the most popular podcaster in the world depends on others to deliver his product to people, and therefore he must, occasionally anyways, submit to informal constraints that come with living in a society. Not even independent media is truly independent. Not even Joe Rogan lives on an island. Everyone has to serve somebody else. A separate but related point I want to make here has to do with an argument I keep hearing making the case for socialism. It's not a new argument in and of itself, but it's definitely re-emerged and gained traction in online circles as of the last few years. It's the idea that socialism is just an extension of democracy. As the editor of Current Affairs, Nathan J. Robinson, writes in his book, Why You Should Be a Socialist,
but socialists are also interested in expanding democracy to cover the economic sphere itself. Workplaces are highly undemocratic. If, for example, a manufacturer decides to close a factory and move it overseas, the workers in that factory don't get to vote on that decision. They're simply subjected to it against their will, no matter how much labor they put into building the factory or how devastating the factory's closure will be for their community. Full ownership includes the right to make decisions about what happens to some piece of property and to decide what happens to anything it produces. Workers do not own their factories, so they don't have any decision-making rights. The idea of economic democracy means they should get these kinds of decision-making rights. Socialists have advocated numerous ways of democratizing the economy, from setting up worker cooperatives to nationalizing major industries. There are whole books on what aspects of this could look like. For example, Gar Alperowitz's America Beyond Capitalism or Richard Wolff's Democracy at Work. At the core of economic democracy is the notion that control should not be vested in a small group of people, but in the people who do the labor. Managers and owners shouldn't decide what the workers have to do. The workers should decide what managers have to do, or if they need managers at all. And they should own the workplaces themselves. Here we can see why...
I've never heard of this guy. Here I see Anthony and Jack saying, I don't like this guy. A grifter from the Brooklyn left. That's a new one. So, I don't think I've heard of this guy. Was he on the Hill before? Does he have like the wavy hair and glasses? I could be getting that wrong. I don't know. I don't know this guy. But, yeah, I look at things like he's talking about the workplace. Well, the company can just pack up and leave and the workers have no say and they lose their jobs. And obviously he's saying a lot more than that, than what I just said. But, you know, simple basis there. Yeah, it's like, fuck. We've made it so that no one can live by like an honor code. It's just not there, right? Like if I'm the owner of a company, of an organization, and, well, first of all, I wouldn't be looking to other kind of like, oh, I can just pay them 10 cents an hour and get the same shit done. Maybe a little less quality, maybe not. Fuck. Like, I'm not plotting and scheming like that. So, I would hold board meetings with, like, you know, the guys who are outspoken, not just outspoken, but actually have something to say within the workplace. I'd hold meetings, like, hey, is everything going okay here? Is there anything that you guys think is like a safety risk or anything like that? How about pay? Do you think that's okay? What's going on here? But that's me. And then that's sort of what leads to the problem. I think me and Scuffed had an argument about this, right? Nothing, if I'm the owner of a company, nothing's stopping me from doing that. It's someone choosing to do creepy shit like that. Of, I'm going to sell you guys out so I can make more money over here with cheaper labor. Fuck you guys. Fuck you and the house you just put a loan down on, and fuck that. Fuck that. Student loan debt? Fuck you. I'm getting paid, man. I'm getting mine. But, yeah. Ooh, Assange is the best litmus test. He's not, but I get why you would say that. Let's continue.
By the authoritarian so-called socialist regimes of the 20th century did not deserve to be called socialist at all. In the Soviet Union, workers had very limited control over their workplaces. They were told what to do by party functionaries. Socialism...
Now, when I say that, I get called dumb or crazy when I say hey, like when I say that about capitalism to like a socialistic thinking person, I get called dumb or crazy or just, you don't live in reality, man. And then if I say the same thing about socialism to like a capitalist, you don't live in reality, bro. That's not how the world works. Socialism, 50 million dead in China, see? Capitalism, 800 billion dead. And it's like, hey, what if there's creepers that the normies are letting run amok? Doesn't that get in the way of anything? Any system? It's like we have a system in place that says no one can eat the last piece of cake. And then some creeper comes in and takes the last piece of cake and replaces it with like a mud. They take mud and mold it together. See, that's chocolate cake, see? I'm not lying. Meanwhile, they're secretly eating the chocolate cake. And it's like, but we wrote the rules so good. The system, the rules worked out so well. How did this happen? It's like, well, people, think this goes into psychology and, what does it mean to be a person and all that shit. Those are kind of questions that need to be, at the very fucking least, examined. I mean, my God, do we even ask the question? Or did we give up? Anyways, before this debate starts,
does not mean control by the
I'm going to let it play through.
It means control by the people. And if the government is not responsive to the will of the people, it's socialistic in the same way that Kim Jong-un's Democratic People's Republic of Korea is democratic. This is also why, while I and many others use the term democratic socialism to draw a distinction between our ideas and the hideous so-called socialism implemented under Joseph Stalin, ultimately the term should be redundant. Socialism is a term for economic democracy, so an undemocratic system doesn't deserve to claim the name.
You see, guys, those tyrannical regimes
weren't
real socialism because they weren't democratic. They were authoritarian, which of course isn't socialist. Rhetorically, I suppose this is a wise move for the socialists. Here in America, we wrongly, in my opinion, place a high premium on democracy. Why not cash in on that goodwill to advance your economic agenda? Your workplace is likely just a little tyranny.
For one, businesses are authoritarian right now. They are by definition. There's no democratic control there. It's just whoever owns it, owns it.
You live in constant fear of your boss.
Well, what if the boss gives the power away? But I guess you're saying, what we typically see now. The problem is people start putting it into a box and saying, that's a rule. This is the rule of reality. It's like, wait a minute. I can see myself as a boss and do this. The responsible, your business won't last long unless you're entering in this prime form of competition. If you try to be a egalitarian business owner, your business is going to fail. Or something like that. It's usually I think that's like the zeitgeist movement counterpoint to certain things. If you're not predatory, your business will fail because someone else will be predatory. And it's still like, even if it fails, there's still a period of time so that's not a rule in reality that it has to work that way. So then what's the problem? Oh, it's because the other business guy is going to be predatory. So it's like, you get it? You see it? Hopefully.
The same way some poor peasant in North Korea lives in constant fear of Kim Jong-un. Let's bring democracy to the workplace, so it's no longer authoritarian in the same way that the United States isn't. Like any civilized country, we elect our leaders here. Shouldn't the workplace follow suit? Well, leaving aside the merits and demerits of democracy, corporations, and worker-owned co-ops, there's a total non-sequitur that our socialist friends make here. Every so often, when I badmouth democracy on this channel, some left-wing idiot will leave a comment saying, "You don't like democracy, huh? Way to show your authoritarianism." The problem for these idiots is that democracy is not the antithesis of authoritarianism. Those things are in no way, shape, or form mutually exclusive.
There's a lot about the Zeitgeist movies I like. I'll put it that way.
Granted, these are
I do have some problems, but there's a lot I like.
More importantly, though, is
mainly
that
the
these
intention behind
like
it.
The United States are not authoritarian because of the democratic
I think what the intention is,
system, but oftentimes because of the checks we place on those elements. It's funny that someone like Vosh always talks about how much he loves democracy.
I like democracy. I don't know how you feel about democracy. I like the idea that people should be able to advocate for their own rights. I consider these to be very fundamental principles of liberalism as well. It is often said that socialism is a promise.
It's like philosophy just wipes it, because you can just sorry for pausing it, throw simple thought experiments out there. But what if everyone wanted to just kill you? That's democracy, isn't it? Are you okay with that? I mean, unless you're like, like Socrates, where you're like, yeah, you know what? That's what we all decided? Okay. Get on with it. Ugh. Get that knife out. Yelbro declares big candidates losers, says no one is worth voting for, and ponders why people don't know their favorite color. Ha 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 ha. You still got wrecked by that, didn't you? You're still shaking about it, aren't you?
To fulfill the Enlightenment.
Yet he also says that he likes the First Amendment.
Well, I'm very pro-free speech, but being pro-free
what game is that?
Does sometimes mean that you have to prevent
that looks pretty
people
fucking
from engaging
dope.
in certain forms of speech.
The First Amendment is an anti-democratic provision in the Constitution. The government cannot punish you for what you say. That is true whether it is an overreaching executive or a duly elected legislature. We need to protect our liberties not just from power-hungry bureaucrats, but oftentimes from crowds of idiots who want to impose their will on us via the ballot box. We've seen authoritarian
I would totally
measures
moderate
implemented
that,
against a person's
Scuffed.
right to
I would
speak,
totally moderate
to practice
that.
religion, to own firearms,
That sounds
to have
amazing.
a fair trial, to be secure in the privacy of their homes, and all other rights with the consent of the government. The targets of these repressive laws are typically minority factions, be they racial, religious, class, or ideological minorities. This is the governing style known as majoritarianism. According to Wikipedia, majoritarianism
Resident
is a
Evil,
traditional
really?
political philosophy or agenda that asserts that a majority, sometimes categorized by religion,
Last one I played was 2, man. That's years
or some
ago.
other identifying facts of the population
Resident
is
Evil 2
entitled
is
to a
fucking
certain degree of
amazing to me.
primacy in society and
I
has the right
still-
to make decisions that affect society. The traditional
played an
view has
emulator
come under growing
version
criticism, and democracies have
a
increasingly
couple years
put
ago. I
constraints on what
enjoyed it.
parliamentary majorities can do in order to protect citizens' fundamental rights. Now, here's why I bring this up in the context of the Rogan Spotify
What's up,
situation.
Maddie?
The whole ordeal shows us two
Resident
different
Evil
things.
3 remake.
First,
Okay.
even in a traditional corporate
Oh, I heard
workers
that
are
shit
not
was dope.
powerless.
Am I
Presumably,
tripping?
the workers at Spotify are responsible for the censorship that's already taken
That's a rated.
place,
That's a highly
and
rated
they may
game.
even
isn't it?
leverage even more control through threats of striking or quitting. It's certainly true that while you're on the clock, the boss has a great deal of power over you. You are getting paid to be there, after all. But the business as a whole is constrained by the reality that they are competing with other businesses for your labor. Most
Yeah, that
companies,
shit looked dope,
including
man.
companies I've worked for, don't see workers as interchangeable units. When you have someone who is experienced, a hard worker, has good attendance, and doesn't cause problems, you want to keep that person. If you're constantly losing good people to your
Like, what law in human nature says that's the case either? Hey, he's nice and blah blah blah, and you want to keep that person. It's like, that's not a rule in nature. I haven't seen that as a rule in nature. I'm waiting for that to be a rule, and partially for part of that to be a rule in nature, but it hasn't happened yet. Right? We saw people shipping off jobs to foreign countries for cheap labor, or even looking to our prison system for certain things.
competitors, your business isn't going to be around that much longer. Spotify is in a bind. They apparently promised Rogan that they would take very little editorial control on their end, but they're risking losing their workers, who I assume they would like to keep, by keeping that standard. Second, this goes to show that workplace democracies wouldn't inherently be more liberal. Spotify is a traditional corporation. a Swedish corporation at that, ironically enough. If Spotify was run democratically, as our friends on the left would like to see happen, the workers would have even more power to censor Joe Rogan's show than they currently do. You can use your imagination for how this would play out in other contexts as well. All the flaws that exist within our democratic institutions of our government would exist within the business sector as well, should they democratize. What's stopping workplace democracies from engaging in illiberal behavior, like, say, not hiring or promoting people of a certain race within the cooperative? If the workers decide that's what they want, who are you to tell them they can't do that? Isn't denying the democratic will authoritarianism? Of course it's not. If we again turn to the example of the First Amendment, we see what the real opposite of authoritarianism is. In the United States, elites, whether they're in the government or the private sector, cannot force you to say something or not say something. Nor can the common man. No one can force you to say something. Of course, like I said earlier in this video, this doesn't mean that there aren't informal constraints placed on the things that you say. You can still destroy your reputation with your own words. No one can prevent that even if they wanted to. But no one can hurt you, fine you, lock you away, or destroy your property because of your words. That's called liberty, and that's the opposite of authoritarianism.
Alright. Christ's sakes. Some volume. Turn this down. Turn this up. Once again, I'm playing it through the fucking microphone because I don't trust any of these motherfuckers. Not even C-SPAN. I don't trust them. And we got 353, 352, 351, 350. Alright. A little over 3 minutes. No, it doesn't start in 10 seconds. They already gave us the clock. 3.5 minutes. Dude, I'm on this shit. You are not HS Mac. Get your shit together. Dubster Brian, how you doing, man? Don't talk about tacos. I'm fucking hungry. How dare you? Oh, a taco truck sounds so good right now. So do you know that on the Hunter Biden laptop was pictures of Hunter Biden with his niece topless? I don't know about that. I didn't look too deeply into any of that shit, to be quite honest with you. Just being honest. Wow, we got fucking movie channels that focus on movies reacting to the debate. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's amazing. It's The Rock. Any second now. Any second, C-SPAN. Any second. I mean, well, what do they got him red-handed for? Most I've heard was like him doing fucking drugs and shit, which is like, I mean, it's a crime, but it's not really a crime. So, like I said, you guys probably know more than I do. The Iran shit is the shit I want to hear about tonight. It's like, fuck, I want to see just transparent propaganda, and I just want to see if people eat it up or not. That's my devil side, right? The devil on the shoulder. That just wants to see, like, would you guys actually go to another war? All these claims about getting out of the Middle East from both sides of the political spectrum. I'm talking about normies, right? Will they start clamoring for another war with another Middle Eastern country? Or war anywhere? It's like, whoa, fuck. Times have not changed at all. Nothing changed. Just fixing the hair, fixing the blouse. Like, tits up, let's go. Let's get it. Come on. Oh, C-SPAN might be on a little delay. I like that. I like that. Did I mute it still? It's not muted. She's just introducing the people. Who gives a shit about that? Oh shit, Jamaican, what's up, man? We're about to start.
Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker of NBC News, and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has
There is no twinkle in her eye. Full on psycho looking. Just being honest.
Right now, as we welcome to the stage former Vice
Like,
President
if you knocked on her head and be like, is there anyone in there?
Trump.
I think the point isn't that it's written in stone that you can't do the right thing in capitalism, but that doing the right thing in capitalism has no effect to change anything. Yeah, but that requires other people to not do the right thing, right? So then what's that mechanism? Anyways,
This debate will cover
I'm gonna mute my mic now.
major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital, I had it, and I got better, and I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people say it was a cure.
Okay. All right.
But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators. We're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. You hear nothing else I say tonight. Hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially. Anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day. And there are over 70,000
Iraq,
new
Afghanistan,
cases
Syria. Like, what the freak?
compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well, and we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular, that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government.
40%?
What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent.
That's millions.
The scientists will see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no plan.
We're going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, but China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff.
I know you guys heard that dark winter shit, too.
It was catastrophic.
What the freak?
It was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way, every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
My response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing, he did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about, don't worry, it's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction?
I say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families, every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you catch it. And I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered. 99.9 of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though.
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he's never said, he said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that he came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that he came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
The fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry. Warm weather. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that. A lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing, you're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even, and because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly did. You certainly did.
I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handle
He thought I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
that's obvious.
Do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President?
No.
Okay.
HS Mac, we know your shit and this other information. So what the fuck you talking about? Oh, wasting your time. Why do we know your shit too? The fuck? You make no sense. Someone should wreck him for that shit. Like, we understand your fucking side of things too.
What I would
Just
say
saying.
is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap at a golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the name, but there are, look, you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums, do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
Please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country.
And that's before COVID.
You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but when they need resources to open. You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. So don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive. And it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of
all 100 of them left
blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need that has money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what
when
about...
you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed, and they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to as you fight this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words. Here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be.
Yo, Anthony, why are you telling Trump all this shit, man? Be real with him, yeah?
My response
Come on,
is
Anthony, do better.
Think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us, Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we find out in the New York Times the other day that in fact his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing, and a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers said, sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're going to move on.
The Wall Street one, I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it. You have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money. And every time you raise money, deals are made, you know. I could raise so much more money as president and as somebody that knows most of those people. I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that, like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able to.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Don't tell me about Wall Street.
Average contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. It's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved.
They're going to argue about who's going to hurt Iran and Russia more.
That Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's talking to him a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy well, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question. Why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to you. Let me ask the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term to put an end to this? 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife. And you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million, and you know, someday you're going to have to explain why did you get 3.5. I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now, about your thing last night, I knew all about that. And through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, you know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port, you remember that very well, during your term, during you and Barack Obama. They took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family, but what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30 seconds. And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China.
Probably does.
And in fact, is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president, I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years, go look at them, 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
Stop talking about corruption.
I hold my accountants under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody
tell
told
you
you that.
to release
Excuse
them?
me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know, maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions about all of this. I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you have a deadline for when you're going to release them?
I get treated worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because I have a lot of people in there, deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decided to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years?
God, move on. Jesus.
Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows it, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on. Come on, folks.
So, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you.
I was put through a phony witch hunt.
Where's the moderator?
For 3 years.
Fucking A.
It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller
What does that have to do with foreign
and
policy?
18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. 48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent 1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong. Because the kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken, I mean, your brother made money in Iraq, millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine,
goes foreign
we
policy.
had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned of Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had it. The only guy made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
But could I just one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. $183,000, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy.
I'm going to let the Vice President respond to that quickly, and then I need to
dishonest.
get to a question to you. Very
No
quickly,
basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, You've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is, everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was opened it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money.
President Trump, thank you. We do need to move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said, we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it, and that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay, very quickly, and then we're going to move on to North Korea.
$1.5 billion from China to manage after spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what specifically are you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You said you're going to make them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
Taxpayers' money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money. Didn't come from China.
You know the taxpayers. It's called China. China paid $28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel industry.
Okay, Vice President Biden, your response, please.
Our response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires for the ball because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making. In the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont, they're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want
That is a
to. I want to
typical
talk about
statement.
North Korea.
Excuse me,
I
just
do
one
want to turn
second,
to
please.
10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement.
North Korea.
Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk
I'm
about
not
North
a typical
Korea now.
politician.
Okay,
That's why I got elected.
Let's
get off the subject of China. Let's talk around, sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now.
You are a
President Trump,
typical
you've met with North
politician.
Korean leader
Don't
Kim
trick
Jong-un
yourself.
3 times.
You
You've
talk
talked
different.
about your
That's
beautiful
about it.
letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental
North Korea.
ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship we
Unreal.
forged? Just 30
Unfucking
seconds here
real.
because we need to get on to the next.
So when I met with Barack
Unbroken real.
Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is
North
25
Korea.
miles away, millions
North
and millions,
Korea.
32 million people in Seoul, millions of people would be
Okay.
dead right now.
President
We
Trump,
don't have
that's
a war,
30
and I have a
seconds.
good
Thank you.
relationship.
Vice President Biden, to you. North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat?
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's I made it clear as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy, who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
Kristen, they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I
know
gotta
for a
give him a
fact, they
chance to
tried.
respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it.
You
And
know,
that's
I-
okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good
President
relationship
Trump,
with
we have to
leaders
move
of
on,
other
'cause
countries
we
is
have
a
a lot of
good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get
Yes,
to.
not
Your
bad.
response.
And we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you. We're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And
let's
it didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk
He
about
left
American
me a
families.
mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do
They
need to move
left
on.
me a mess. North Korea was a mess.
We
And
need
in
to
fact,
move
if
on
you
so that
remember
we
the
can
first
get to
2
all
or
of
3
other
months,
questions
North
tonight.
it was a
Korea.
very dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better healthcare, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time, and I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House.
It's not fucking real.
Come up with a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million
I don't care. I'll talk through this whole fucking thing.
Under what he
this
wants
is trash.
to do, which will
this is
basically
absolute
be
trash.
socialized medicine, he won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care. And we're going to do
foreign policy went by like that.
Okay,
with like
Vice President Biden, yes,
North Korea?
Your health care plan calls for building on
the fuck?
Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the...
You just said Iran is trying to threaten our elections, and North Korea, you spent 10 times more time on it. You fucking kidding me?
An option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be... If you qualify for Medicaid, and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are...
I did something in North Korea.
For insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we...
Yeah, they're going to bomb the U.S.
Reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now. By
if a rock from North Korea hit the U.S. coast, they're done. They know they're done if they do that.
The
fuck?
Companies. Thirdly, the idea
Holy
that
shit.
I want to eliminate private insurance. The reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private
They're both
insurance.
ready,
That's
Uncle Drew.
why
They're both ready.
Not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance.
The part where Trump's ready for war, they did in 3 seconds. The Iran shit, they did 2 minutes on it. The rest was all bullshit. Oh, what about your son in the Ukraine?
Protect pre-existing. There's
Fuck.
no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None. Zero.
You're being duped, America.
He's been
Quite
talking
blatantly.
about this for a long time. There is
Quite
He's
blatantly.
never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to.
That was the biggest news story yesterday, and they spent 2 fucking minutes on it.
We waited since 17,
Unreal.
18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic
These guys
spillover.
hate you.
10 million people.
I know Dubster's a fucking fanboy. That dude, he doesn't care about you. That dude right, the orange guy, does not give a fuck about you. Think about that.
With pre-existing conditions, and all the people from COVID are going to have.
Go ahead and say lesser of two evils. Go ahead and say it.
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan...
This is absolute garbage. Moderator's trash. The two candidates are fucking trash.
...to a healthcare system run entirely by the
Unreal.
I say it's ridiculous. It's like saying that...
This is embarrassing. Holy shit.
The idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose... That makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think healthcare is...
They turn it back to socialism, not socialism.
Everyone should have the right to have affordable healthcare. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions.
This is when I get angry at the normies out there. Like, you let this shit happen.
Are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity.
The fact that you give the control of the military to one of these two guys, after watching an hour and a half of them, you serious?
because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance.
An hour and a half, and you're going to decide who's going to run the fucking military after all the shit we've seen. Unfucking real.
President Trump,
Excuse me, he was
your
there
response.
for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for
Unreal.
8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it.
Hey, President Trump, what are you going to do with Iran? Well, Biden's son took money in the Ukraine.
More liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders.
Well, Mr. Trump, you take money from China.
We're going to have socialized medicine.
The fuck
Just
is
like
that?
we went with fracking.
You're
We're
an
not
idiot
gonna
if
have
you buy
fracking.
into
We're going to
this.
stop fracking. We're going to stop
Fuck.
fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never
Too
ask
far
the
left.
question.
He's
And
not on the
by way,
fucking
so
spectrum,
far,
Dubster.
very much
That's what you're not getting.
I have to say.
By the way,
But somebody should
He's
ask
not.
the
He doesn't
question.
care about
If
left or
he
right.
goes for a year,
Holy
there will
shit.
be
We
no
have
fracking, there will
do
be
have
no-
a number.
You need help
we have
seeing
a
that?
number of topics we're
No,
gonna
but
get
He's not
to.
on your
We have
fucking
questions
political
we're gonna
spectrum.
get
He's
to.
not
We're
on
gonna
your
get to.
spectrum
Same
at
thing
all.
with socialized
I have
medicine.
to
He's
respond.
not on it.
Your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health
Fuck.
care. Period.
If I say one thing and do another, what political spectrum am I on?
Will in fact
Huh?
provide for that affordable health care.
If I say Medicare for all and I
What we're gonna
don't
is
do
it's
it,
gonna cost some money.
and I
It's
do
gonna
the
cost
exact
over
opposite, what
$750
spectrum am I
in
on?
10 years to do it.
It's like, oh, you're just a
And
liar,
lower
so
premiums,
nothing you
can
say
buy into
counts
better
on this
plans,
spectrum.
The cheaper plans.
How do you
lower
not get that?
premiums, Deal with unexpected bills
Anyway,
and have your
what do you want me to
prices
say?
drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Interesting when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I want to talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening on
public
Capitol
option.
Look at the conversation.
Socialized
Look at the
medicine.
conversation.
And when he and healthcare, when he talks about a public option,
Trump is turning
he's talking
Biden
about destroying your Medicare,
into Bernie Sanders'
Come on,
healthcare
and
plan.
destroying your Social
He's
Security,
projecting that
and this
that's the
whole
case.
country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They wanted to make it work.
Okay, let's hear. Let's let
That's
my
not a
colleagues
real
talk.
argument. We know that's not a real argument because we know Biden's fucking policy.
He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all
If you
those
think
other
that,
people because I
you're a
disagree
fucking
with them.
dipshit.
Joe Biden he's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that they're going to destroy Medicare.
Holy shit,
This
man.
is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security, Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So no, I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social
Hey, Tony.
Security and Medicare.
How you doing?
Come on.
You're late.
He tried to get rid of
Fucking
he
late,
tried to
Tony.
get
What's
rid of
wrong with you?
Social Security years ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All
One
right,
thing,
let's move
but
on.
this
I'm
is
going
the
to move
guy
on.
that when they
Mr.
announced
President, I have to
last
move
week,
on to the next question.
They said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
going to
will
have time
boom
to talk about it.
if I'm
He wanted to
elected.
hurt Social
If he's
Security
elected,
worse than I
the
did.
stock market
Look at
will
him. He's
crash.
bad.
Okay, let's
Biggest
move on to the
analysts
next
say-
question.
I mean, I want to hurt it
Very
too, but
quickly.
he's worse.
The idea that the stock
Eat it up,
market
America.
will
It's yours.
only measure
It's
what's
yours.
happening.
Enjoy
Where I
it.
come from in Scranton and Claymont, that people don't live off the
Too
stock market.
clammy,
Just in the-
gross,
just in the
wart-ridden,
last three years
mold
during the
and
crisis,
zit,
the
fucking
billionaires
tiny
in this country
cocks
made
in your
according
face
to
all fucking day.
will
Eat it
offer
up. It's yours.
$700 billion
You
more
earned it.
dollars. $700 billion.
You asked for it.
Because
Did you not?
that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to
Fuck.
them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to
Kristen,
move on, gentlemen.
401ks are through the roof.
401ks.
We're gonna move on.
Stock are through the
That's
roof.
important.
He doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short
We're
period
gonna-
of time before
okay,
he even knew
we're
it.
gonna move on to
and
the
he
next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work, and as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty.
Oh, don't come
and
here.
more
Go back to
families are going
Convo,
hungry
man.
every day.
You're probably
Those
better than
hardest
I
are
am.
women and people of color. They see Washington fighting
You don't have to
over
leave,
a
I'm just
relief
saying.
bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she
Unless you
want
want to, if you want to ban the BDS movement in colleges, you can do that though,
Nancy
right?
Pelosi does
Gotcha.
not want to approve it.
Got it.
We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans.
You can finagle your way around that
including
shit,
the
right?
Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election, because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
You know, the Republican leader in the United States.
This is
Senate
such
said he
trash.
Can't pass it.
This is
He
absolute
will not be
garbage.
able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes.
Thank
Why
you,
is he
Vicious.
talking to his
Thank you.
Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President.
Tune in Saturday for the
Because
fights.
Let me ask Vice President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets and states that have to balance their budgets, so then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement.
They're arguing about whose deal is less shitty. That's what they're arguing right now.
They will not support that. They have
not which one's like good or which one's okay. It's like no, which one's less shitty.
Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter with
The
these
bill that
guys?
was passed in the House
Not a joke.
was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot
Did normal people talk like that?
Billions of dollars to these kids. It was also
They
a way
probably
of
do
getting
now
a lot
after
of
being
money
brainwashed.
from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of
Who
everything
talks
for
like
them.
that?
And what that does, and I'd love
Who's
to do
Democrats?
that,
A lot of
I'd
them
love
are
to help
Democrats,
them,
by
but
the
what
way.
that does, everybody
Who's-
all over the world will
What?
start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking
Nothing
care of
righteous
them.
about any
This
of the
was a way of
things he's
spending
fucking
on
saying
things that
right
had
now.
nothing to do with
And
vote,
yet,
as per your question.
dipshits
But it was
follow
really
and
a
respect
big
this
bailout
motherfucker.
for badly
Who
run
doesn't care about
Democrat
them.
cities and states.
All right, I want to
Keep going now. Keep doing
I'm
it.
not going to. I'm running as a proud Democrat. But I'm going to be an American president. I don't see
That's all he's
red
doing. He's
states
doing
and
like,
blue states. What
suck
I
it.
see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum
No,
wage.
because Bernie
I think
Sanders
one
likes
of the
it.
things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed
Hey, what's up, Steven?
a package that allows us to be able to call PPP.
Oh, that's gonna be
Money
tough,
is supposed
man.
to go to help them do everything from organize how they can
Habib's a
deal
savage,
with their businesses
man.
being open safely.
The Gagey got
How they
knockout
can
power.
make classrooms smaller.
That's what you're
How
talking
they can
about.
hire more teachers. How they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. It's not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to
One
immigration,
thing very
but I
quickly,
want
he
to
said
get
we
your
have to help our
reaction.
small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very
we have
recently-
to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses.
You
How
said-
are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing?
Why is she
wages?
trying to interrupt
What's gonna
everything?
happen, and what's
Fuck,
been proven to
man.
happen?
They're just
is when
making
you
him
do
look
that,
good.
These small businesses
They're making
fire
a
many of
corrupt,
their employees.
creepy
You said recently
motherfucker
you
who
would
probably
consider
touched little
raising
girls
the
in his
federal minimum
lifetime.
wage to $15
Look good.
an hour. You said recently you would consider
Media's
raising the
against
federal
him,
minimum
see?
wage to $15 an hour. Is that
They cut him off while he's trying to explain how he's gonna crap on all the Americans. Anyone he can touch, anyone he can get his hands on, he's gonna crap on
These
them.
businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I've lived in different places. I know different places. They're all.
By the way, this is me when I cut the
Some
microphone
places,
off and
$15
James is
is
here.
not so bad.
This is me yelling
In
at
other
him,
places,
but he's not
like I
here,
said,
so
$15
I gotta yell at
Okay,
you guys.
President Trump, thank you. Quick
No
response,
one
Vice President
should
Biden.
work 2 jobs, 1 job. Be below
Are you still
poverty.
voting for Brent?
People
You're
making
not to be
$6,
taken
$7, $8 an
seriously.
hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level.
Very
and there is
possible,
no
Anthony.
evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families in this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero-tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country.
She might be a psychopath, Tony.
Stronger border as we've
I
ever
looked
had.
at it.
We're over
Something in her eyes or
400 miles of
something
brand new
missing.
wall. You see the numbers, and we let people
The
in
careerist businesswoman, mother freaker.
Let me just tell you,
There's nothing there.
they built cages. You know, they used to
Watch
say,
movies
"I
and
built
get
the
nothing
cages,"
from them.
And then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, "Look at these cages." President Trump built them.
Her little
And
kids,
that was the term
her
they
kids
were
she
built.
has are like crying watching The Lion King, like, oh my God, they killed the whatever the fuck his name, they killed the daddy lion.
Very hard, but a lot
She's
of
there
this
like,
has come out without
it's
the
a cartoon,
parents.
it's
They come
not
over
real.
through cartels and through coyotes
Some
and
psycho
through
mother
gangs.
freaker.
Vice President Biden, let me
It's
bring
my
you into
guess,
this
it's a faraway guess.
Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough.
This is
really
worse,
strong.
Gary.
And guess what?
Gary, this is worse
It's
than
not
the first
coyotes
one.
Didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents, and it makes us a laughing stock and violates every.
He could just bring
notion
up
of who we
your
are as a nation.
administration with Obama, man.
Kristen, they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to
did
that?
it.
It's not hard.
They built the cages. Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who
we're
built the
talking about.
cages,
Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking
I'm
about.
bad, but
What
he's
happened?
worse. That's all we're
Parents
hearing
were
tonight.
ripped, their kids
That's
were
all
ripped
we're
from their
hearing.
arms
I'm
and
bad,
separated.
they're worse.
And now they cannot find over
Congratulations.
500 of sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
You had WikiLeaks, you had ending the wars, you had corrupt politicians being accountable, you had all that in 2016. Now you have nothing. Enjoy
But
it.
just ask one question.
Go cheer it
Who
on.
built the cages? I'd love you to ask of that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over
immigration
record
reform.
deportations as well as family
You mean
detentions at the
kicking
border before
kicking poor
changing
people out of the
laws.
country?
So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul?
Not because it's needed to happen,
Made a
but
mistake.
because
They took
fuck
too
it.
long to get it right. Took too long to get it right.
Fuck
I'll
it.
be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100
You have
days,
no-
I'm
I don't
gonna
even have
send
to
the
click on the
United
link.
States
I know you
Congress
have
a
nothing.
pathway to
I know you have
citizenship
nothing.
for over
Just being
11
honest with
million
you.
undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers,
I feel like I'm
those
channeling
DACA
James's
kids, they're going
spirit.
to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in
Just
this
angry
country
at everything.
and put on a path to
Fuck you,
citizenship.
man.
The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they're going to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across.
This is when you bring up
the
NAFTA,
Rio
Donald
Grande
Trump,
River and it's-
as an actual
and
counterpoint.
It's illegal. And
Will
you
he?
say, "Oh,
Who
no,
knows?
Mom, leave me here. I'm
Who
not gonna
knows?
go with you." They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot
Breitbart,
of
brilliant.
horrible things that they put in.
Nothing
that
grifting
they
going
did.
on there.
But he had
No
8
grifting
years
at all.
as vice president.
Fair and
He
balanced.
did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President
Wrong.
Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in
boom.
America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise. Why
I wish you knew
under
Bill
American
Hicks.
law. They're
I wish you
sitting
knew
in
Bill
squalor
Hicks.
on the other
I
side
don't
of the
know him, but
river.
I'm just saying. I wish you knew him personally. Watch it change your life.
No understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay, President Trump.
That's a fucking whistle. Oh my God, he just dropped mega dog whistle. Uber super dog whistle right there. Only the ones with the lowest IQ.
We don't have to worry about it because they terminated it, so we don't have to worry about it.
Let's move on to the next section.
That's a super dog whistle, and they'll eat it up too.
Go ahead.
All right, let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens
he'd be making fun of you,
Dubster
Brian. He'd be making fun of you for the shit you're saying.
But to prepare their children for the
just so you know,
that they could be targeted, including by the police.
I truly believe. I can't say I know. I truly believe that.
Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child, when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact,
bought and paid talking point. Nothing to it. Nothing to it.
Hands on top of the wheel.
It's words they were told. He was told to repeat.
A person making $300,000.
Not a real experience of it. Not a real experience of it, but
on food stamps.
You were coached to say this.
The fact of the matter is, there is
that should gross people out.
Racism in America. And we have always said.
Yes, Liam. He fucking he straight up dog whistled that.
Well, guess what? We have never ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion.
100% Liam. He fucking whistled. He dog whistled that one. I truly believe that.
We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity.
More music played when they're babies.
All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things.
Play more old-fashioned music instead of that hippity hip hop.
Accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question I would.
There's a million people watching this right now.
Families, do you understand?
Watching C-SPAN. It's hilarious.
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they have never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform.
No black man has ever done what us
didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance of doing it. They might have
unfucking real.
But if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture, and everybody knows it.
A straight up race realist. Abraham Lincoln is a race realist. Let's be real about that. He's a man of his times, and Trump's just an idiot.
Criminal justice reform,
so it's like
prison reform.
No one has done more for the black community than this guy who thought they were lower IQ, and me, who doesn't give a shit. I just want to, get out of office without being assassinated.
Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary.
No MLKs.
Hispanic communities.
No Malcolm X's.
Black
None of them. Just these two fucking people.
I love some of those guys. They were great.
These two dipshits.
And I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said,
Lincoln, I can't call him corrupt, but he's a man of his times. His morals are grounded in the time period he lived in. Today, we'd look at him like, ew, you gross motherfucker. Ew. Stupid. And Trump, I put in a corrupt category easily.
And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again.
1994 crime bill. Are you for or against?
And they like me and I like them. But I saved it.
You're just campaigning for Trump. You got nothing to offer.
And we're going to talk about both of your.
At least it sounds like that's what you're doing. Based on all the prior conversations.
I never said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is.
In fact, we were saying that way in the Democratic debates, but I don't think you said anything about it, did you? I don't know. Did you?
The problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested.
None of them were lawfully guilty.
About granted.
Not that I know the case, but they're talking about law. They're not talking about was they actually guilty or not.
Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be
Here's one Biden can't say. Hey, Trump, you're known for like being in New York a lot, New York and Florida, but definitely a lot in New York, and the Rockefeller drug laws. How about that? What do you think about that?
They have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail.
I don't know. It's not part of my talking points. I can't answer it.
Why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago? Even less than that. Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all
I'm
these
bad.
Things you're gonna
He's
do,
worse.
But you were there just a short time
There's
ago,
your debate.
and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because
this is trash.
I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now.
If I remember Trump in 2013 talking about funding rebels, funding Al Qaeda in Syria, where'd that go?
I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am. You know who he is. You know his character.
It's like I'm tired of waiting for people to be in their 60s so they're like, oh shit, I might have fucked up here.
I am anxious to have this race. I
might have got this guy wrong.
I am the character of the
after the
country
fact.
on the ballot. Our characters on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up. Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up.
If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician. So don't give me the stuff about how you're this.
We'll congratulate him like you did with Hillary after you defeated her.
Nobody.
President Trump, I want to stay on the issue of race. We're talking about the issue.
I thought she was going to jail. What happened? You had more on her than you do on Biden. What happened?
Respond to that.
Please.
Because look,
Very quickly.
there are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plan. They have said that this has all the character.
I see you. I see you, Vicious.
Both parties say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And that's exactly what.
Russia. You bought that from real grifters. Well, real people created it first, and then grifters bought it from there. And I mean paid for it. I mean like they just stole the content.
You described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate.
Hey, Scott,
Shared
how
a
you doing?
video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professionals professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing
Look what
to
we're
a climate
talking about.
of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting, pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street.
Like it's one solitary group. They did it.
Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far
I'll probably
as
make a video debunking all
my
this bullshit
relationships
someday.
with all people.
I'm not
I think I
lazy.
have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity
Not bad, Liam.
zones. I
Not
took
bad.
care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They
Yeah,
can say
exactly,
anything.
Scuff.
I mean, they can say
This is
anything.
terrible.
It makes me sad because I am the
Like I said,
least
this sums it up.
racist
I'm
person.
bad,
I can't even
he's
see the
worse.
audience because it's so
No,
dark.
I'm bad,
But I
and
don't
he's
care who's in
worse.
the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden.
I'm
let
the
me
least
ask you
racist
very
person.
quickly, and then I
Who
have a follow-up
says
question for you.
that? What does that mean? I'm the least racist person in this room. What the fuck does that mean?
Fuel on every single racist fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator.
Fucking embarrassing,
Getting rid
man.
of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys. Last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down.
Proud
and
Boys.
stand ready. Come on. This guy has a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds.
He got that one right. I'll give him that one. You got that
Abraham
one.
Lincoln, where did that come in? I mean,
You said
where
you're
did that-
Abraham
No,
Lincoln.
where did that? No.
You said-
I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I'm
I
saying-
didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln.
Look what they're
has anybody
arguing.
done what I've done for the black community. Now you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put
Oh, God.
tens of thousands of black men mostly in jail.
All right, let me-
And you know
let me
what?
a- let me
they
ask
remember
Vice
it
President
because if you
Biden
look
a
at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that you
Biden.
treated them.
I'm the
about
lesser
it.
racist.
Just take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men.
I don't know if he did
With
that on
small
purpose or
amounts of
not,
drugs in
Anthony.
their possession.
If he said
Their
poor
sons,
boys on
their
purpose or
brothers,
not.
Their fathers, their uncles. whose
He might have
families
said it
are
on
still to
purpose.
this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change the since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail
Yes, it's
for
true. Someone's
a
caught with
pure
fucking
drug
coke.
offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican
Well,
friends.
gee, Joe, some people
They
figured
should
that out
not be
beforehand.
Going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment.
There's some people who figured out your
That's
mistake
what we've been
before
trying
you
to
did.
do. That's what I'm going to
Maybe
get
they should be
done,
up here,
because
not you.
The American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake.
Say start
to
every
pass
sentence.
those laws.
Oh, gee, Joe.
But they
Well,
were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's
Lock
what
her
I'm
up.
gonna do when I become
WikiLeaks.
president. You were vice
And
president.
in the
along
wars.
with Obama as your president.
You talk
You were
about it,
for
but you
8
don't do
years.
it.
Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're
What'd
gonna
you get done?
Because
I
you're
got
all talk and
jabs.
No action, Jim.
We got
Jabs,
lots done.
jabs,
We released
jabs.
38,000
Get anything
We got
done.
38,000 prisoners left from.
You got
out of
nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over.
I don't know if that's a
1,000 people
gaffe,
who were given
Scuff. I don't know if that's a
clemency.
gaffe.
In fact, we're the ones.
You better
that put in
purposely
the
call them,
legislation
poor
saying
boys.
We could look at pattern and practice of
Might have did it on
police departments and
purpose.
what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible.
Wait,
laws.
so are you saying...
I just asked one question.
Wait, Joe. Are you saying your
Why
candidacy
didn't you do it in
is
the
just a
8
continuation
years,
of the
a
other
short time ago?
candidates? of the other presidents.
He just said, I'm going to do that.
If Hillary won, it's just a continuation of
And
Obama's
thousands of mostly
candidate or presidency.
black young men in prison.
It's like, so there is no change.
You're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress.
You don't get anything done, Joe. Look at me. I'm prosecuting the guy who I celebrated.
All right.
You know, WikiLeaks.
We're going to move on to our next section.
Like I did with.
I'm expanding the wars instead of ending them.
I had to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen,
And I gave a nice glowing speech about Hillary right after I won instead of locking her up.
On climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental
They got
regulations
nothing.
hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change.
Neither they have not. They're both walking in with fucking pockets pulled out with lint. That's all they got in their fucking pockets.
Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So
trash.
We have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different
Trillion
programs.
Trees
I
program.
do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest crystal
I'm
clear
dead. That should be
water,
memed.
The cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard.
That should be a
I notice
meme.
Obama goes with all
The
the
Trillion
time.
Trees
Not Joe. I
program.
haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it
We're fighting climate
represents
change.
or means, but I
We're
have heard
planting
Obama use it.
trees
And we
everywhere.
have the best carbon
Brilliant.
emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do.
What about
Look
them,
at
Tony?
China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy.
Reminds me of
the Paris Accord,
Candace
I took
Owens.
this out because we were going to have to spend trillions
Look how
of
great
dollars,
private
and we
prisons
were
are.
treated
Look
very
how
unfairly.
beautiful they
When
are.
put us in
The
there, they did us
leftists
a
don't
great
like them,
disservice.
though.
They were going to take away our businesses.
They
I will
hate
not
progress.
sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
And we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
They weren't caring about it
President
until
Biden, 2
fucking
minutes
10
to
years
you,
ago. So
Climate change, climate warming.
you made sure you got all the real activists out of the way first. Then you let these other fuckers come in and make that the narrative. Because it seems that way.
The leading scientists in the world, we don't have much time.
Ah,
We're
gotcha.
going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit the limit of emissions, will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good paying jobs.
I got you.
We're
I
going
got
to
you.
invest in, for example,
I got you, Tony.
50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market.
Treatment
In
centers.
the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is
They're
from
talking
Wall
about
Street. And I'll
the
create
environment, and they're
$1
talking about
trillion
jobs
more
they're
in
creating.
economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump, you're ready.
What if there was one robot that could just take care of all of it? Would you be like, we can't have it, we need jobs?
Taken away from families under his plan. That his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC +3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about
She knows nothing about the
climate.
climate.
They're all hopping through hoops for AOC plus 3. Look, their real
He has
plan
taglines.
costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it could be good politically. Right. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things. Okay. And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President respond, and we're running out of time, and we have a lot more questions.
Whose plan is he talking about?
Let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers.
Queens.
$100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan is endorsed by every major.
It would have been better. A better debate.
And every
At least I hope it would have been.
Labor, because they know the future
like,
lies.
Jesus Christ, this is terrible.
Must being able to breathe, and they know they're good jobs in getting us there.
The very least, even if Bernie's a corrupt piece of shit, he can still at least project some sort of moral thing happening. This dude can't do that.
Wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills.
All I can say is he's worse than me, and all Trump can say is he's worse than me.
Prevailing wages, $45-50 an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump, please respond, and then I have some follow-ups.
We are energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy.
You're taking Syrian oil right now? Are you kidding me?
It's extremely expensive.
What the freak? We're keeping the oil. We're taking the oil. And let the few troops, we're taking the oil. Direct quote.
And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windows.
We don't need to be in these wars, but I choose to anyways.
We're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist
solar.
said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So it's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do?
We're lithium.
We'll have the greatest economy in the world.
We'll take over Bolivia again. It's ours.
Get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did.
Look what they're arguing about.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is,
we both suck.
Lying.
Admit it.
Rule out banning fracking.
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer we need other industries to transition to get to.
Look at that confident smile I have. It's me. I'm brilliant.
What I will do with fracking over time.
I look good against a corpse, don't I?
Capture the emissions.
Look at my neck fat, just hanging out of my suit.
We can do that, and we can do that by investing.
I bet I look strong.
It's a transition.
He's a punk pussy, by the way.
I have one more question in this podcast.
I get slapped the shit out. Like, get rid of Secret Service. I slap the shit out of this motherfucker. He won't do nothing about it. You do
Until he got the
nothing.
nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, "But you know what, Pennsylvania?
This dude would do nothing about it."
Because his party is totally against
Just
fracking
saying.
on federal land. I said.
I thought you guys buy that narrative that he's a big, strong man underneath that. Fuck out of here.
In this section, and then I want to move on to our final
Slap the orange
section.
off him.
President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries
Yes,
and chemical
he is
plants.
proud about it.
In Texas, there are families
He's a
who
proud
worry
boy.
the plants near them
He's a
are
poor,
making
proud
them
boy.
sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily.
Not bad,
and they're
Vicious,
making
not
a lot
bad.
of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic or Black or Asian, it's 9 times greater the percentage gain.
Been watching that
than it
Corbett
was
shit,
under-
huh, Tony?
In 3 years than it was under 8 years of the two of them. to put it nicely.
How big oil conquered the
9 times
world.
more.
That's
Now,
the eugenics fucking
somebody
shit
lives, I
that
have
Corbett
not heard
talks
the
about.
numbers or the statistics
I mean, that's
that
conspiracy.
you
You can't listen to
but they're
that.
making a
Don't pay
tremendous amount of
attention.
money
Conspiracy
economically.
theory.
We saved it, and I saved it again a number of
Every
months
voice
ago
I do
when
now
oil
is
was
just
crashing
Trump's.
because of the pandemic. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again.
All right.
And everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice
that.
President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
He also ass fucked the shit out of Venezuela by doing that. Probably on purpose. Like, oh, two birds, one stone.
In fact, pollute chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost to drive me to school, turning the windshield up, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities.
And yet I'm completely pro fracking though.
Safe. What do you do?
What?
You impose restrictions on the pollutions the pollutants coming out of those fence line.
That makes no sense to me.
Okay, I have one final
As
question.
far as like physical health and shit like that.
By the way, I would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I would
that's
transition.
a big statement.
It is a big statement because I would stop.
Why would you do that?
Because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal, but
That's
you
a
can't
big
do that.
statement.
Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time, and I'd stop giving to the oil industry. I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. You won't give federal subsidies to the gas. Excuse me, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do
All
give
right.
it to solar and wind.
We
And
have
that's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas?
And
Will
I
you
help
remember
it
that,
with
Pennsylvania?
Syria's
Vice
oil,
President
with the
Biden, let me
foreign
give you 10
countries,
seconds to respond.
foreign
After
sovereign
the final
nations'
question,
oil.
Vice President Biden.
I'll help it.
It takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero.
Exactly,
emissions.
Tony.
The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in
It was
energy
Venezuela.
reduction by 2050.
They're cheering for Biden because they're
One final
socialists and he's a
question. No,
socialist.
we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We
going
have
to
to
get
move on
China
to our
to-
final question. We
No,
have to
I'm
move
going
on
to
to our
rejoin
final
Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right,
That'll
this
cost you
is
$1
about
trillion.
leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you, Mr.
We have to make a country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming.
Economically, he means.
Now we're rebuilding it. and
Which
we're
means-
doing
doesn't mean
record
individuals,
numbers,
means the
11.4 million
GDP.
jobs in a short period of time, etc. But I will tell
Means
you,
the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ.
before the plague came in,
whatever
just
the
before,
fuck.
I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country.
Black.
Hispanic,
Black.
women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
Not with Wall
Vice
Street
President
Joe.
Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who
That's
did
my
not
computer.
vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear.
I'm
We're
falling
going to
asleep,
choose to
Scuffed.
move forward because
Fuck.
we have enormous opportunities.
I'm falling
enormous
asleep.
opportunities
Getting
to
tired.
make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency,
Nothing will change.
respect,
It's all about the
treating people with
character.
dignity, making sure that
Which
everyone has an
personality
equal
do you
chance.
like more?
And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right, I want to thank you both.
He has a
for
bad
very
personality.
robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump,
She has
former
blank
Vice
eyes.
President Joe Biden. Thank you to Belmont University for
just
hosting
saying.
us tonight.
All
And
women are
most
beautiful,
importantly,
but
thank
her
you to
eyes are
those
just...
watching tonight. Election Day is
Like, do you have
November
life in
3rd.
there?
Don't
Is there
forget
life
to
going
vote.
on inside?
Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
She's like, I just wanted to get this over with. That's what I meant by careerist. That little HS Mac bitch scurried away, didn't it? Oh, Melania, I've cheated on you so many times, but you'll pretend to love me as I pretend to love you. Okay, don't care about any of this. I'm just going to volume way down. You can hear the cameras clicking. Just let that sit there for a while, I guess. Fuck. I mean, the thing where I thought they would actually talk about and expose themselves was the Iran hacking the Proud Boys, and like it wasn't even a topic here. They made such a big deal about it, but they don't want it to be fully discussed and really looked into. They really don't want that. They want it to be 2 minutes of empty rhetoric, and then they pivot to, well, I saw your emails, your son's computer. Fuck. Anyways. We watching videos after this? I'm looking toward to that more than this. Yeah, we can watch some videos. It's early, man. It's early. Come on, man. Listen, Jack. I'm getting my Biden thing going. Listen, Jack. We can watch some videos. See that psychopath waving? Full on psycho. Dad, dude, you're gonna kill kids. You won't report that, will you? Nope. I'm just moving up the career ladder. Let's see. So I don't miss any. Oh, she's CNN? I didn't even know that. I didn't even know she was CNN. Thank you, Anthony. Let me turn this off before it changes channels. And you guys can recommend videos. I'll check them out. I will have to piss first, though. Dead inside. Something's going on there where it's like, fuck. I don't trust you around kids and shit. But all women are beautiful. I'm just saying. But I wouldn't trust her with kids. Just saying. Fucking turn them into psychos too. Anthony. I read Anthony's. Maddie. She said fantastic debate. Of course. It's like a. Let me turn this microphone off while we're back here. It's like a contest of being polite rather than actually saying something with substance, something with meaning, something honest. That's where meaning comes from, right? Being honest. That's where meaning comes from. But these fuckers they'll never venture into those territories because they wouldn't be where they're at. They have to shut up and smile their whole lives, hoping they reach a point where they have fuck you money to where they don't have to smile so much. Then they end up being shitheads because they didn't learn how to grind through life, like the real grind through life. But anyways, I could be making that up. I don't know. Tony says, Joe, I have no policies to offer, but we get the soul of this country back. Propaganda says, debate Matt Hunter. That's HS Mac's job. They're going to debate. One day. Liam says, did any of them offer anything at all other than, I'm not that guy? Nothing I heard. It was honestly, this guy's worse than I am. Right? One would point out the faults of the other. They wouldn't really address the faults. They would just say, well, look what he did. Something like that. Dutcher put a link down. I see real Donald Trump's Twitter. Fucking hell. Vicious says, Biden totally waved bye to Trump while he had his back turned. Aww. He got left out. Tony says, that's so hilarious, pushing social distancing and mask wearing. But what did they just do? Yeah, they'll say, like, you know, spouses don't count or whatever. They'll make something up. Mahendra says, if the U.S. is overrun with systemic racism, why do Asian Americans do so well here? I don't know what to tell you. You have to tell me why, you know, Bob does so well. Yeah, or I have to look at them individually, one by one, right? If we're going to be honest. Unless we're looking for a narrative, then you could just blanket term everything. Say, hey, what is, on average, this particular group, on average, with this average age group, do this particular thing, on average? It's like, what are you really getting at here? But, you know, fuck context. Who needs that? Fracking or no fracking? Joe pick already. Well, he's a dipshit, creeper type of politician who will pander to whatever he needs to pander to win. Probably to pass it off to someone else. Just an idea. I'm sure you guys have heard already. He's going to pass it off to Harris or some other creeper. Anthony talking to Tony. Tony talking to Anthony. Biden looks like a Skeksis? What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is. Sup, bros? I have returned. Did y'all enjoy Joe's victory debate? See, it's like, you're trolling. You have to be trolling. That mask shit is so cringe, says Tony. Part of me gets it, but yeah, you know. I get why normies do it. But when these guys do it, it's like, Scuff says, have any one of you seen the Dark Crystal series on Netflix? I have not. Is that animation or live action? Let me know. Anthony got a link. Where's my phone? My pocket. I got you, Anthony. Tony says Joe got destroyed. And if people are, like, people just looking at it, it'll look that way. For sure. But for me, it's like just two piles of shit. Just two trash fucking things we just saw. I know I'll kill kids, but he will kill more. And, you know, guys like H.S. Mack will accept that. Let's see. Fracking or not to frack is tis the question. I get it. He's trying to trap. See, he trapped him into supporting the Green New Deal. And if he says he's for fracking, he's hurting the far leftists. They won't vote for him because he says he's for fracking. He's stuck either way. What a genius move by Trump. Meanwhile, kills kids, and you're okay with it. In fact, you would kill a kid. You told me so. You told me as much. What if that kid has a missile in his hand? What if that kid's made of nuclear material and he explodes himself? Fucking hell. Let's see. Yeah, there's too many comments. I'm sorry, guys. both failed. Anthony says they both failed miserably. And we're all dumber for watching it. And I got to rant and laugh a little bit, so. If the U.S. is overrun with systemic racism, why do blacks do better here than they do in nations where blacks are in charge? Once again, you got to go individual by individual. You got to define what you mean by better. What the fuck does that mean? On and on and so forth. This is Space Muffin Central, says Muay Thai. Aegis Max says, Yell bro out here only streaming politics when debates happen, when you already know you ain't ever voting for anyone ever. That's not true. But once again, you either troll or you don't listen. Scuff says, so North Korea getting mentioned makes this count as a foreign policy debate. Right? They went back to North Korea. When the Iran shit happened yesterday, it's like, this might expose some motherfucker. Nope, can't talk about it. We need our war with Iran to be subtle. Proud Boys already said they're all in with war with Iran. Apparently, according to Tim Pool, that is. Let's see. Propaganda says they both lie about themselves, but then they're honest when speaking about one another. To some degree. Since when did loaf talking to propaganda. Turn to balls? What? Anthony says, I enjoy this little community. Even UHS Mac, we disagree on policies, but you're a cool dude. I'd have to think about that one hard. That's right, I'm reading shit late. I closed everything just now, thinking I was closing Discord. Okay. Liam says Meatgate. Ew. Super pause. If people... shit. If people just looking at it, it will look that way. Yelbro the wise. Yeah, leave out all the context. Fuckface. I agree. 2 piles of shit from the same damn animal. Don't insult animals. It's intergalactic. Actually, we shouldn't insult shit either. I just say empty. It's like, there's nothing there. There's nothing for it. Like bacteria can't, get their nutrition from this. There's just nothing there. It's like antimatter. But I don't want to diss antimatter either. What do we call it? Call it pff. Call it pff. Typical talking points. Dark Crystal's live action? See, I have Netflix now, but I haven't seen... you said Netflix, right? I'll look for it. I just finished up... it's HBO, but... Lovecraft Country. It's like... Yeah, I think they fucked it up at the end. With the whole... now we have the power. White people don't. It's like, fucking cringy, trash-ass shit. But that girl's fucking gorgeous. She plays Letty on the show. I'm in love. I can't help it. I think she's a Smollett, isn't she, too? Just keep her a character. I don't want to hear her talk about shit. Might be sexist, but whatever. You'll accept that killing of kids too. You'll laugh and joke and play video games while those kids are being killed. I mean, what else could I explain to you? super duper hyper masculine thinking. You spelled the with 2 T's. Huh. Mentally challenged. Go study yin yang, Matt Hunter. Karen says, this one chick just told me she loves Kamala because she's a strong black woman. Oh, Jesus. Someone drank the Kool-Aid. Do you guys think Yellow Bro is wearing pants right now? I'm not wearing pants. I'm wearing shorts. Mantra would suck Trump off if they let him. Am I right? Or am I right? Probably. Meanwhile, we all burn from climate change. Oh, what is this Yas Queen shit? You silly fucks. You must have got that from propaganda. Yep, isn't she Indian or something? I think she's Indian and Jamaican, if we're talking about Kamala Harris. She's a thought queen. Fuck. Tony talking to Karen. Hey. Yellow Brick Road is going to vote for Biden. Quit teasing him. Ha ha ha. I have no arguments, so I have to do that. Here's another guy with the same problem. Same pathology. What's not true about what I said? You decided you're going to vote for someone finally? Or you're just saying you would hypothetically vote for someone but never say who? You see, it's sort of like a qualification thing that should happen, right? Now, for you, killing kids is okay. That's for you. For you and Dubster Brian, you guys are two sides of the same coin, essentially. That's the way you two operate in my fucking chat. So it's like, well, in our chat. I don't want to say mine like I own it. But in this whole chat thing, you guys operate like two sides of the same coin. You guys are meant for each other. You can grift off it. You could make some money, actually. You guys could grift off each other all fucking day long. You actually already have it. Those slots are kind of taken, but, you know, you can make a run for it. No big deal. Get some paper out of it. You expect others to enact your own moral views. No, you should enact them yourself. Then more people may see that you actually believe in them. Now here's the thing with morals. See how I bring up the thing intention? That's the thing you're not accounting for. Which you never seem to account for. Right? You base things on groups rather than intention needs to be individual by individual basis, right? If I'm conditioned to believe eating vegetables is morally good and not eating vegetables is morally wrong, it's like that conditioning thing, it's like that's kind of, it's not insignificant, it's relevant, it's just the intention part is more important. Do I intend to do good? And by my world's view, which I'm conditioned by, eating vegetables is good. Thus, if I intend to do good, I eat vegetables. Does that make any sense to you? So I'm wondering where your diagnosis of intention is at. Where is it? Do you not understand what I'm saying? Have you ever heard that concept before? You tell me. Whitney Webb called it today that Iran, Russia, North Korea, and China will be the new big enemies. They always have been, but now they're being brought back into the light. I disagree. I disagree with the North Korea part. Well, it's a part of it, but they're like a satellite adversary as opposed to a direct adversary, which is Russia, China, and Iran. 100%. The reason I think they put Iran on hush, at least the reason why Trump did it, is because I think he's They essentially plan on doing something about it. Prop has a yas queen. Put your supposed moral virtue where your mouth is. Already do. You kill germs when you wash your hands, though. Yeah, that means you weren't listening. Alright, peace out, Jack. Enjoy that shit. 3,000? You're joking. On. Okay. How dare you, Jack? You probably left already, and I'm so late on the comments. Did y'all see Queen AOC got a Twitch channel? Yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you? But you're a troll, so I'm moving on. I wonder how long it will take Elbro to get to this comment. There I am. Get out there and protect all the children. What do you think I'm doing? If you don't get it, you just don't get it. What do you want me to tell you? What's the premise of Lovecraft? Who are main antagonists? Snicker. You can't have black characters in the lead roles? In leading roles? Alright. Yeah. What? These blacks complain about not getting leading roles. Black's got a leading role? You're a fucking idiot. Anyways. I saw a little bit of AOC and Ilhan playing. Ilhan ended up being the killer or whatever. Hit it real well and almost won the game. Ilhan's a pretty good liar. I'm not even gonna... I don't think I'm ever gonna watch that. Them playing fucking video games. Peace out, Tony. Get some rest, man. You're probably tired from all the bullshit you've heard tonight. I'm reading that. Yo, how about Dark Winter, Biden style? Yeah, that was very interesting. It's gonna be a dark winter. A dark winter. Like he said it, like emphasized it. Or maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, I'm tripping, but I'm like, in my mind right now, replaying it, it's like, did you emphasize that?
No, that's written for him,
right? Huh?
That's written for him.
I would say he's coached 100%. And he says that was the intended effect. Are you talking about William? What did I miss? You don't think AOC is a super soaker? Ooh, dirty. It's kind of hot though. I'm okay with it. Go save the children, every single one of them. Stop bullets in midair. See how you don't... Oh, I hope you're having an emotional reaction to me saying you're okay with killing kids. I hope that's what's going on here. Then you're actually witnessing the process. Good job. Congrats to you. Dubster Brian.
Oh, really?
And what actions of yours, not rhetoric but actions, show that you believe the killing of kids is wrong? Do you see what I'm talking about here? See how you have to eliminate reality to make your point. Do you see that now? Well, let's eliminate gravity. How come you're not flying? Do you see that? Do you not see that's magical thinking? You trying to be hyper masculine is turning you into a magical thinking person. You are in woo-woo territory. Erase all your rhetoric. What have you strictly physically done to do this? I'm eliminating reality so I can sound right. Enjoy. I'll get to. You ever save someone's life? Maybe, possibly. I mean, I could have went left instead of going right, or I could have went right instead of going left, and I ended up saving someone's life by happenstance. But is that really saving someone's life? What needs to be a part of that? So you guys are eliminating reality for the sake of strict physical action. It's on camera. We can see it. No, it means look look at the action replay where you can see his physical muscles. You can see they purposely moved this way to apply the CPR, and then we did. See? Do you see it now? Magical thinking. That's magical thinking. That's not, unless you're a brain dead robot. That's not reality for me. I'm just saying. This isn't fair. Anyways, my point about... wait. How dare you, Karen, mention my name without context? Anyways, Aegis Max says, my point about what I said stands and is factual. You ain't ever voting for anyone ever, bruh. If you want to make... See how that's not anywhere near reality?
He got you there.
You see how you made that up? Explain to me how that's a fact in reality. Please explain that to me. If you want to make some obscure argument about how you hypothetically would, cool story. Oh, because... Do you see how he's, first of all, putting reality in his own egotistical vacuum and saying this is what it is.
That's not reality.
And it'll never be something outside of that, outside of my egotistical vacuum of reality.
It's not reality.
It's not reality. But he will live as though that's the way. Just like I brought up a pretty blatant point about I wouldn't be surprised if HS Mac worked for this company or this government thing or this government thing. And I said, he's probably like a dipshit normie who, I just want my career and all that stuff. And he's like, yeah, I work for the CIA. It's like, either you're trolling or you're that stupid. You're not used to that, are you? You used to be like, man, he's so smart. Look, he knows the times tables. He knows all the chemical elements. Look at this smart guy.
Yeah, it's kind of like this, ready? When that happens, and then someone dunks on you and their nuts hits their fucking gym shorts and it hits you in the face. Oh, yeah, I will.
I'm smart. Yes, whatever. I know.
Fuck your couch, Charlie Murphy.
Oh Lord, I'll give you $100 if you can answer a single question without mumbling about intentions, corruption, or bombing kids. Dude, see how you don't get it? See how you have to avoid the points I made. You have to avoid them in order to make your point. So let's do that. James, eliminating reality. How come you're not flying? Eliminating gravity. How come you're not flying right now? What's wrong with you? I'm getting rid of gravity. Gravity's out of the way. It's out of the way.
Right.
How come you're not flying?
Are we talking about reality here?
No. We're getting rid of gravity.
Right.
Why aren't you flying right now?
Well.
Can you answer a damn question with...
I mean, I could answer.
Come on, man.
I don't think you'd want me to.
Karen, no, don't leave. Nah, have a good night, Karen. Karen!
Ready? So, Jordan, listen. How much do you hate America? A lot or a little? Go.
Well, I hate America. as much as the next man does. But all I really want to know, all I really care about is making sure we all have jobs. That's the most important thing. Low taxes and jobs.
Because someone has to mop the floors. And we'll make sure someone does. I don't care how many you have. I don't care how many of your kind has PhDs. Someone's gonna mop the fucking floors, and it won't be me.
I got lost with the comments. I'm not gonna lie. I left off on Matt Hunter, and now I'm on Matt Hunter again. He's the last one to tag me. Ha ha ha. No, I was asking who the primary antagonist, bad guy. Oh, antagonist, not protagonist. My bad. Bad guys in Lovecraft are. Set your race, vanity, and sensitivity aside. I fucked the words up, dude. Oh, he admitted a incorrect thing he said. Oh, no. Got him now. Nah, I'm playing. Who are the main antagonists? Well, they're of white complexion, I guess. But I told you that was stupid. The HBO show Lovecraft Country. At the end, the last episode, they're like, we're taking all the magic. And now it's going to be art. It's the black chick. It won't be white people's anymore. I'm like, you fuck. You made a mummy, like the Mummy style, the Brendan Fraser movie. You made a mummy style TV show. It's like action and adventure, all it. Like, that's cool.
No,
and then you fuck it up with like this political bullshit.
The worm shits.
Yeah.
This is cool. I'm watching this. Man,
I thought it was weird at first, but I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing.
Right when it got to the social, political shit, and I know it's shallow as hell.
Yeah.
Rather than just being, this just happens to be in the 50s.
Yeah.
Or 40s.
Me
too.
I think the 50s, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Whatever.
It's like, oh, trash.
Yeah.
Trash. But look at it now. Don't you love it that your kind is the protagonist?
It's like, I literally, before he said anything, I said how disappointing that was. Like, just, like, this show was like it was a fun action adventure. There's not much to it. Not much depth to it. But it's interesting, action adventure, sci-fi, fantasy. It had all the fucking genres in there.
This needs to be a win for him. Don't you see?
Ah, got it. I mean, I love the show. I love that ending. No, shh. I love the ending. It was brilliant. They should make more. If just repeat the same season, but call it a different name. Brilliant, beautiful.
You're gonna want to. Well, actually, it's both of them. Actually.
I'm gonna use Jay-Z lines for Matt Hunter from now on. Like, I move so fast. I passed you twice.
What was that shit? Compared the rap game to a midget standing on a giant's shoulders.
Yeah. So the midget can see further than the giant.
You know what's funny? That guy's a better interpretation of righteousness, allegedly from reading fucking scripture on his fucking friend's tattoos, than this dude does.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? Why don't you read this book?
What's Yelbro talking about? Gravity and shit. Either like, what do I do with that if you don't get that? Anyways. Where did I get lost at? Okay. No, I mean, I actually took action to stop actions that would have killed people. No, see, egotistically speaking, that's you interpreting a situation as that's going to hurt someone and you doing something about it. But now what's the important thing, right? Because if you were just walking through life, oblivious to everything, and you happen to save someone's life by accident, there's a difference there, right? Between I see something happening that I believe is happening, and I intend to do something about it. See how that's different?
You know what's funny? How come whenever I ask by those intentions, where do they come from and what do they mean to this person or individual, I don't get an answer?
No.
Funny, right? It's too much.
Stop talking about intentions and stuff. What about the action? Physical action.
Ready? Rockefeller in the 20s donates $2 million to the orphanages, to many orphanage and or boys' schools or whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
To them. Is that good? Did he do a good thing?
Or Bill Gates. With all his
alleged philanthropy.
Yep.
Now listen, does that mean is that a good thing?
Of course it is. The action dictates the moral measurement.
Right.
Just the action on its own.
I mean, let's pretend like here, right? Let's say, I'm dating your mom, right?
Yeah.
Calm down. Now listen, you're a 10-year-old boy, right? You don't know what's going on. But what I do is I give you an ice cream treat. That way, right? Now you love the ice cream, right? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to sway your fucking mom over. You see, I'm a nice guy. But you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's like, oh, no, but it's a good thing because I love ice cream. It's a good thing. It's like, what are my intentions? Do I have nefarious intentions?
I mean, how do you know you're not saving the future little Hitler? How come saving a kid automatically leads to, like, I did something good, morally good? What if you're saving little Hitler who kills millions? You saved one life and killed millions because you saved that kid's life. What is it really about? This is why intentions have to be brought into the conversation. You can't just say, the simple action of doing this is that, or whatever. You can turn that. You can use that if you want. James.
What?
You can use that if you want. I can turn it on.
Okay.
You could probably sit there and they'll hear you.
Oh, okay.
Just gotta turn it on. You can sit at the couch and they can probably still hear you. Just mine's kind of this area. It's a little harder to hear you.
What are you rambling about? Thousands of Westerners, mostly white and Christian, go over to third world nations to volunteer in war-torn areas. Are those volunteers magicians?
See, that had nothing to do with anything I said there. You see that? That has absolutely not. It's like, if I'm Bob, see how the group sort of is eliminated from the equation in a way?
Every year, a number of war-torn volunteers are blown up trying to deactivate landmines in Vietnam and Cambodia. You should be over there with them, but you'd rather play video games.
Oh, that was actually in a black-made movie, a Spike Lee movie actually, where they showed 3 white kids that walked around Vietnam.
His age doesn't matter. Okay, if it's not factual, who would you vote for? Can you clearly answer this question without being distracted by woo-woo, gravity, favorite colors, etc.?
You're the one who... Did you not get the metaphor? You're the one who eliminated gravity for your egotistical narrative to make sense. Did you not get that at all?
There's 2 of them. Matt Hunter says there are numerous private as well as government grants that will actually pay you to go over there.
Okay.
Dubster Brian. I stopped a knife fight. I stopped a man from beating his wife after throwing her out of a moving car. I stopped a rape.
Okay. I mean, that's a good thing if you meant what you were doing. But let's say you're doing it just for rewards. Just for everyone will love me. I'll be in the newspaper. Everyone will like me. And
some people will argue, no, well, even if that was the case, the outcome was that this person's and or person's lives were saved. Therefore, it is good. Or it's a little good. No, here's the truth. It's either is or it ain't. That's it. Intentions are something to consider here. But apparently in this crowd, stop talking about intentions.
Well, what if you save the woman who ends up giving birth to the future Hitler who kills millions? Do you see that? This is why you can't base morally good and morally wrong on positive results and negative results.
On the surface.
Right? You can try really hard to do something. You could try really hard to do something good, and you fuck it up. But then it could lead to something good later on. But then is the action good because you fuck someone over here? Do you see what I'm saying there? This is why you can't base... Whatever. Typical bullshit. I gotta piss. Can you handle this? Can you handle these?
Can you handle these people, ma'am?
I'll be right back. There's something interesting. Save it for me.
All right. Let's see. That's for Jordan. Matt Hunter reminds me of Timmy. Matt Hunter reminds me of a block of cement, a dog diarrhea. Aw. I was watching TFM and he was talking about killing criminals to solve the homeless problem. And in the same stream, he excuses the actions of the mafia and the cartels. I was going to do a video on it, but he ended up talking about the cartels and the mafia out of his stream. The man has zero principles. This is awful. Tell OCB to come on screen or come with his pants. Pick one. Yes. OCB has a condition where he has a permanent orgasm. Who told you that? Oh my God, man. Alright. This is unfortunate. Dubster Brian, just like oh, okay, hold on. I took action, that's the point. I weighed right versus wrong. Just like I weighed just like I weighed Trump versus Biden, Trump wins on right versus wrong. Okay, you don't know the difference between right and wrong then. You don't. Oh, 8 Holocausts are better than 10. That's your logic right there. That's your fucking logic. And arguably, it'd actually be, same number. Because, there's an argument to be made that there's really no difference between the two candidates that are constantly being pushed out there in front of us to choose, to quote unquote, right? To have a choice. Not really. Probably not. One party. Not two. Just one. But, if I fool people into thinking that there's two parties, two teams, two ideologies going at each other, right? Then, I'll have a bunch of idiots fucking flapping their wings and shit. He's better, he's worse. Not really. No. So now you're proposing killing kids because it could be Hitler in the future. What is pre-crime? You completely fucking missed that. Completely missed that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. He's a little bull, man.
Fucking hyper as fuck right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen to this. Dr. Brian says, I took action, that's the point. And then he says, hold on. I weighed right versus wrong. Just like I weighed Trump versus Biden, Trump wins on right versus wrong. And hold on. So now you're proposing killing kids because it could be Hitler in the future. What is pre-crime? I'm going to be honest with you here. I'm saying this in a very nice way, as much as to the best of my ability. This is fucking pathological.
Yeah, I would say so. Well, as far as a conditioning level. Or the pathological part would be if you're avoiding certain answers or certain ideas.
Over here in this realm, we constantly talk about the intentions, even the gray between just the social, shallow idea of right and wrong here. Well, Trump is not as bad as Biden or vice versa, so I'm voting for him. So 8 bombs are better than 10.
Also, you don't even know that.
No, you don't.
That's
see
fantasy. That's fantasy. Now, if you're telling me your intention, that you truly believe that this is the case, and you're adding your intention in, that'd be a different story. But it'd still be, well, here's all this information we're throwing at you. Now it's like, now it makes it a little bit more murkier, right? The world isn't gray, man. It really is black and white. It's just, you gotta zoom, like that gray mole blob thing you see in front of you. You gotta zoom into it to see the black and white.
So this shit. So now
which is why you leave it
now
open.
You're proposing killing kids because it could be Hitler in the future. What is it's like, you had to really, in my opinion, had to go out of your way to hear that.
Yeah.
No, no, my bad. I saved that child. I saved him. I saved his life. The car was rolling down the hill. No one was in the car. Fucking, how we call it? Brake line, whatever the fuck. It was broken, apparently. But I saved him. Does that make it good?
Yeah. What makes that a good action?
Tell me, yeah. Well, I love
that's why.
Break that down to me. What makes that a good action?
That's why the materialist, atheist types would have a field day with you.
Right? You have to
in their quest to disprove God. They'd have a field day with you.
Because you know what the funny part is? If it's where I'm fucking think I'm gonna hear, there's no difference. There is no difference between a fucking like tree branch, fucking coming down, as unlikely as this sounds. Fucking no, my bad. Another car, right? By random chance, right? Another car with no one's in it.
It's just rolling.
Condition, just rolls in, hits the car, knocks the kid out of the fucking car, unharmed. Lands in some pool somewhere with a kid with kiddie floats and shit. Yeah. Unharmed. Oh, that act of randomness, you know?
That car did good.
You see what I'm saying?
It morally did
That's
good.
What I'm gonna fucking hear.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the boulder did good because the boulder knocked into the other boulder.
That's a very good one. And if that one didn't get through, I hope the microphone didn't pick it up.
You see what I'm saying?
That's the only way I could see that, like, not getting through to someone.
Well, it's
but I didn't actually hear him, like audio didn't hear him.
That's what you mean by robot. Like there is no one here.
Yeah.
This is just action. I acted. Why did you act? What made you act to save this person's life? And if you can't fucking tell me that, if I hear something like, because of the economy, it's like, you're a fucking rock. You're a rock. You're a boulder. You're like, there's nothing there. Just empty. Hollow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Jordan. Fucking like bolt of lightning hit me and because my heart stopped and it just it fucking jolted me back to life. Oh my God, that was good. Rather than the act of randomness, you know what I mean?
Yeah. By the way, you're both wrong. It's yin and yang, not yin and yang. It's not the yin yang twins, you fucker. Get low.
I'm 85% sure.
God damn it, Anthony.
Is supposed to be on alt account trying to stir up content. How can I do that with
Wait, what?
He thinks I'm allegedly.
Who thinks?
HS Mac thinks I'm Matt Hunter on an alt account trying to stir up content. I don't really see how I could do that. Yeah, I mean, if you see me right here, unless I'm paying someone else to do it. Dubster Brian, so we should stop saying everyone in all situations.
No, did you not get the... What puts it into a moral scenario, a moral question? It's not the we just explained it's not the action because a random car could do everything. It could do something you could do. Right?
Honor, never heard.
Is the car being moral when it accidentally rolls down a hill and stops the other car from hitting the kid? It's like
a good thing?
We're not. That's what we mean by it's not a moral question without a you there.
Yeah.
Without something that can act.
All I do is ask, what drove you? Why did you, this person, save the child or this person or this woman's life? What is telling you to do so, and why is that good? You know, there's a 10-year-old, right, that fucking answered that question for me. Hey, what is good? It wasn't a bad answer at all.
Yeah.
It's like, is that funny? Is that funny? Very odd.
It's only life, man.
Mr. Matt Hunter, never heard a person engage in such verbal gymnastics to explain why they won't volunteer or get paid to go to a third world war zones and help, quote unquote, bombed children.
I mean, just someone who now Matt is purposely not hearing what we're saying. The other ones might just be dipshits. He's purposely not hearing anything we're saying. He's trying to find like, oh, where can I get them at? Where can I throw a monkey wrench? Where can I throw that at?
It's just Matt.
And it's failing, by the way. It's failing.
You can prove you're not Matt Hunter if you see on screen.
Don't bother reading shit like that.
No, I'm gonna read it anyway. And Matt Hunter typing in the chat at the same time. Well, you know, even if I was, that'd be a problem. You know what the funny part is? You couldn't defeat Matt Hunter in an argument. Just being honest.
Sounds like Jordan needs to moderate a debate between Matt Hunter and HS Mac.
You couldn't get past him.
Live on on the Yellow Brick Road.
You couldn't get past him. I'm being honest. He'd make you look funny.
That sounds very possible.
You know, like this. Then give it like.
Don't you guys have like a side Discord you can fucking argue?
Toro Gotti versus Ward.
Yeah.
There's some skill there, but in reality, when you know, not really just brawling, empty brawling, you know, and then when someone like Mayweather shows up, could beat the fuck out of both of them. You see what I'm saying here? I'm sure they don't get that, but you know. Do either of you believe? This is from Vicious E. Do either of you believe, or are you open to I don't know how to say that.
Pantheism.
Pantheism.
I believe he's brought this up before.
The belief that reality is identical with divinity, or that all things compose an all-encompassing, immanent God.
I think there's some merit to it, if I'm understanding the definition you put there. I would say, yes, there is a quote-unquote, that's going to scare people away, but the word divinity, there is a divinity to everything. And in fact, I would define God as everything. From emotions to non-physical to physical, I call it all God / nature. It's a hermaphrodite. It's male and female at the same time.
Like something I would try with.
It's kind of like yin yang, where they're the same thing at the same. It's one whole thing, even though we egotistically separate them into yin and yang.
In that show, Lovecraft Country, they had that. I'm the male and the female.
Okay.
Fucked it up. You see what I'm saying? It's pageantry. I get the icing, I get the strawberry, but when I taste the fucking cake, no freaky, it tastes like, fuck, this sucks.
Well, check this out. You hear the complaints, right? How come there's no black actors that are blah, blah, blah? And it's like, yeah, because Denzel's the only one picking movies that are like, have something to them besides I'm black. Denzel, well, there's more than that, but I'm saying like he's the name that stands out because he'll do a movie like Fallen, right? Or it's like the demon that jumps into different bodies and shit. And it's not that he's the black detective cop guy. Like, no, he's just a detective. He just happened to be played by Denzel Washington. Or a movie at a time, like a bunch of movies he's in, other than like, you know, Malcolm X or something like that.
Hurricane.
The Hurricane, where he's playing an actual person. Other than that, Training Day, that could have easily been a white guy or a Latino guy or whoever, right? They would have to change the language a bit, but it's still the character he's playing is not solely based on this color of his skin, which is why he gets by it and he can be in great movies. That's basically me. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, Jordan. Listen, you have to.
But if you make the character just that's just something to do with socially with black.
Listen, you gotta broaden your horizons.
Makes it trash.
You gotta broaden your horizons. What I mean is, you have to take it down a fucking notch. You have to lower your fucking what do I call it? Your perspective. Just walk on your knees from now on. Just remember that. Just do that.
Yeah,
social issues.
I was watching Jody's Corner, right? And they're talking about could Superman be black? And it's like, if you really think about it, he could be any fucking thing.
Does it mean
because the character has nothing to do with, like, he's a black man from here or he's a white man from here. He's a fucking alien. He's an alien with superpowers who's come here to save the fucking world.
You see what I'm saying, though? Now, here's the thing. You know what it can't be? It can't be.
You can make black characters like that.
You can. I don't give a shit.
You could do that.
Here's the thing. Batman can be black. I don't give a fuck. But if they turn it into a, social issue, shallow fucking topics, like, that's not Batman.
Well, here's the thing. Clark Kent was originally drawn as, like, a white dude from Kansas, right? Leave it that way. You can make characters who, when you write the character, the personality and everything about the character, the background of the character, it doesn't have to do anything with fucking race at all. He just happens to be black. Just like Clark Kent happens to be white, or Bruce Wayne happens to be white. You don't have to, like, to me that just makes complete sense to me. But instead, every black character we get is now surrounding that he's black. Like, it's the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Like, you know this guy's black, right? Watch, he's going to get pulled over by cops. We have to show you that he's black.
Or a black joke, or...
Not only does he look black, we have to show that he's black.
Pop culture.
He's going to get pulled over here
Ready?
and beat up by the cops.
Let's pretend you are scouted, and you're going to play Batman, right? And it's smooth sailing until, okay, we're right at the end of the story, and then you're gonna turn on the radio and you're gonna start rapping. All right, and then you're gonna turn it off and you're gonna keep going. I like to rap. What do you mean? Well, Martor, it's no secret. You're of that demographic.
It's like they're trying to make up lost time by making trash characters. Or that one character, because what's his name, Blackpilled. He was like complaining about that TV show. Are we on? I think we're on.
I'm not really debating Matt Hunter. He and OCB deserve each other. I'd wreck you easily. I'm not gonna do it.
That show.
I have debated myself.
What's it called? The Birds. Bird Box, right?
Bird Box. Oh, the brolic young black guy.
Who's the fucking Boy Scout guy? Now, I hate those types of characters.
Because I don't know why you're doing the things you're doing. It's so fucking empty and vague. I don't know why you're here, what you're doing.
I hate those type of
There's no backstory.
like the jock who, like, the world's ending, but they're in high school, and it's the jock who saves everyone. Like that type of shit.
Cabin in the Woods. The guy that plays Thor.
Yeah.
Right. He's just like, I'll save the day. He just hits the fucking like electronic fucking what do you call it?
Like electric fence.
That's it.
Yeah.
Fucking invisible electric fence just dies.
I barely remember that movie, but that's Joss Whedon for you. But that's Joss Whedon for you. But I hate I hate that archetype. But at the same time, they didn't make it anything about him being like a black guy. Really, maybe the John Malkovich character would say something. People projected that as a Trump supporter or something like that. But either way, it's like that's a particular archetype that I don't like. It has nothing to do with what he looks like, really. It's I'm the nice guy who does nice things no matter what. Like that type of shit. It's like, where's your depth, man? Where's your darkness at? And it's a boring character.
You know,
but they didn't make it about him being black. Or they sit down. I hope this wasn't it. Maybe I forgot the movie, but I hope this isn't in the movie. Where they sit down around a campfire, like, when I was 12 years old, I got beat by the cops, and they thought I was selling drugs, and like they do that shit. It's like, Fuck. I don't need to hear that. All I need to know is Bruce Wayne's fucking parents got killed by some robber and it turned him into something. Something happened from that. There was a reaction to it. I don't need to know.
When I was a kid, there's a reason why I didn't like Superman. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I was like...
I still don't think he's been written correctly yet.
No, he's not. He just has...
I see the potential.
There is like Christ symbolism within there. You know?
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
Typical. Yeah. This is typical.
Oh, what? About to go on a rant that ends in some movie.
Y'all gonna watch the new Borat? It looks funny.
Who said that?
Same guy.
Oh, he just now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude's not a comedian, right? That dude lost.
I don't expect anything less from this fucking.
That guy, he probably won't understand this because he probably can't understand art. But I'm pretty sure you fucking follow me when I say that dude's not an artist. He's not a comedian. He fucking lost that shit when he said, "Yeah, I tell jokes. I'll tell like Jewish jokes or the fuck, dressed up as somebody else, even though you're making a horrible stereotype of that other demographic, whatever. But fuck it, right? Like Borat and Ali G. But fuck it. My fucking AI jersey, shit, my bling bling.
Yeah.
Oh, the Jews, ha, right? Like who you pretending to be? But fuck it, right? I make jokes. This is what he said, right? In front of the ADL, in front of the fucking hundreds of people, or whatever. I make jokes, that way I can see who's fucking laughing at them. I'll remember that.
H.S. Mag is a guy, like,
Pussy.
if you're an actual person, like, your subconscious probably, like, melts at night.
That dude lost
like, if the lights turned on, you'd be like, oh, no.
That guy lost his artistic card from as soon as he fucking said that.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? I wouldn't go. I'm not gonna say I wouldn't go as far as saying that fucker's a fucking intelligence agent.
I mean,
come on, like look.
I expect typical comedians to be like, oh fuck, they're singing along with this shit, like that type of attitude. Like, oh shit, they're actually singing this. Like the clips we saw where he has them sing it, or the thing he talks about with the ADL speech.
Yeah.
Oh, I got them to sing "Kill the Jews" or whatever the fuck he said, whatever song they were singing.
Yeah.
Throw them down the well, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, sir.
I expect an actual comedian to be like, oh fuck, they're actually singing this shit out loud.
Yeah.
But he's like, anti-Semites.
Yeah, no, I'll remember this. I wrote it down. I remember faces. I remember you, John.
Yeah.
John's like, that's like, those fuck, right? Like you say like fucking jokes, right? Like it's like Chris Rock. All those jokes about black people, right? I didn't say them to be funny. I said them to see who would laugh. And I remembered. There's a lot of people laughing.
I love black people, but I hate niggers. Who laughed? Who laughed at that? Is there any white people in there? He laughed. Right there.
That's some dystopia. Imagine it's some futuristic world. Ready? Where it's like someone's like, arrest him! Get him! Get him! Fucking arrest him now! No, please, take off. We can't take the risk. Get him out of here.
Oh Jesus. Lord of mercy.
When conservatives make fun of libs getting triggered so easily, they imagine OCD. Why are you so sensitive?
Why read those?
Stupidity deserves a voice, Jordan. Just know that, you enable fucking empty actions across the world. Just remember that. And by that, I mean bombs and killings and all that crap. You enable it and you refuse to dive deep into that, which makes you a fucking child.
Borat's so divisive these days. He's like the Sarah Silverman of comedy. Says vicious.
Borat's overrated as fuck.
Yeah, I think she's hot too. Not gonna lie. Dude, all women are beautiful. How dare you? Just some have blank stares like that fucking moderator tonight. Is there anything there? Hello?
I saw that at the end. And thank you. Can I get out of here now? Where's my money?
Moving up the career
Talking
ladder.
about the boys.
Just, you don't need to hide the fact you wrote it.
What?
Oh, he's correcting
Oh.
Matt Hunter. You are a mod, too. There's nothing wrong with the word Jewish.
In that show, the boys gendered and race swapped the fuck out of almost everybody from the comic A-Train Stormfront. I think it vastly improved the story, too.
I haven't seen season 2.
Oh.
I heard everyone hates A-Train. Everyone hates that guy.
He's a piece of shit.
I didn't like him in season 1. It's like, you're an inconsequential whack trash character.
Well, he's
I
like,
don't
you know,
fucking
my
care
bad.
about
I
it.
mean, just by the fact that, like, I want to smack this dude with a brick. Like, fuck you, man.
Yeah,
like,
it's just like a whack person. Like, why do you have why do you have superpowers? Like, you're whack.
I'm not told. I don't
Like,
know.
at least Homelander's like evil and shit.
You know, like,
He's just a psychopath.
I don't want to ruin it for you. I want to hear your natural reaction from it, and you tell me what you think, and I'll give my piece on it.
Okay.
Because I'm there for the pure excitement of it. I see and hear very little.
Yeah, I got that from season 1. But that's to be honest, in art nowadays, that's like all you really see. Which is why I got hooked on the fucking Game of Thrones. Like, it's fun. Like, the only stimulating thing is that there's all these storylines happening, and there's prophecy, and then there's this and there's that, and there's how is this person gonna live? Who's gonna die next? And that's the only intellectually stimulating thing there, as opposed to, like an angel who like, am I good? Am I doing okay? Am I doing a good thing? What's going on? It's like that type of shit where it's like
about doing good?
to where it's a different type of stimulation.
Call the men in the white jacket.
It's it's bread and wine rather than just bread with nothing to wash it down with.
You know what you need? You need that stuff that Eggos are made out of. Just frozen. That's your bread from now on. Be happy. I'm gonna teach you to fucking love that
Still
shit.
waiting. That one Charlie Kaufman movie, I'm like, okay. And then you got the Wachowskis with Matrix coming back, and then you got Tenet.
I haven't watched Tenet yet.
There's something there, 100%. So I'm like, okay. My favorite filmmakers haven't died yet. They're still alive. Keep going, guys. Got a little worried after Dunkirk, but kept it.
Yeah, well, I just want to know
Kept it going.
Dudes are like meant to fucking like be active at nighttime, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Stay away from the light.
Yeah.
Stay here.
Yeah.
Sundown or at nighttime.
I am curious what the Wachowskis do with the Matrix. They did a good job with Sense8. There's shit there. Their Netflix show.
Yeah.
There's something there. It's a little more happy, sunshiny. It's not as dark as V for Vendetta or The Matrix and shit.
I kind of want something to match my fucking surroundings.
Yeah.
Just being honest.
It's a little bit lighter.
What I'm looking into is fucking.
Like, oh, they're like a family. Got it. There's like an angel thing to it, to where it's like they're not just heroes. They're also like a core. They're a group. They're a family. They're archetypes for each other. Like, oh, this one has to be the loud asshole. This one has to be the serious stern one. This one has to be the jokester. This one has to be this. This one has to be like that type of shit, which I like. I like seeing archetypes being played out around, but not all of them. But it would be hard for them to do like a Dark Knight thing where Batman is straight. Batman Bruce Wayne is he's the sun. He's the center, and all the archetypes are surrounding him. Like Harvey Dent, or Joker, or Scarecrow. Those are archetypes like in orbit of him, as opposed to, oh, you guys all together represent one whole thing.
It's very easy. You know what you do? It's called killing.
Oh, I made that up. I had no idea what these writers are doing.
You're full of shit.
I had no idea what these writers are doing. I could have made all of that up.
You're phony.
Yes.
You speak this way to give off the illusion of intelligence.
Seriously, it is my opinion from a distance, I'm guessing. But it fucking looks like that. And then you follow their filmography, and it's like, you guys consistently do these things over and over and over again. It's hard to miss. It's hard to miss V for Vendetta and then watch The Matrix and be like, okay, there's clearly something. And then even like their kid shit, it's not really kid shit, but Speed Racer. even that, there's like something there. Like, oh shit. So it's like, it's hard not to.
That bubblegum. Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, what, 13 or something? 12? I was like, oh, fuck, this is cool.
The evil corporation. I'll speed race them away.
I'll speed race them. Where, like, the world revolves around this one thing. I don't mind.
But it's like, the shitty thing is like, we didn't give the same movies to the same 4 or 5 people. So you got to give other guys a chance, and then that's when like Zack Snyder happens. No offense to Zack Snyder fans. Trump is doing really well tonight. Of course he is, because he falls on the same side of every fucking every Trump discussion. He falls on the same side of it. We're bombing Iran, but is it a bad thing? Please watch me. Biden just called Lincoln racist. Why did he call Trump Lincoln? What? I thought Biden was saying you trying
to just repeat Dark Winter twice and he's a Lincoln.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. That's the thing I was looking for.
He won't respond to that shit.
No, he won't. It's funny. It's just sad, like, the things people enjoyed as physical children. You know, the fucking stories and what being a hero is. It's like, fuck. Now I'm older. That's a silly idea. And they move on. It's like, how fucking...
Their career is, which is probably why they're socially psychopaths, probably. If you're a strictly career climber, you're probably socially a psychopath. You probably ignore so many things in life happening to where you just like, I can only see here. Oh, that's conspiracy talk. Like, yeah, you're a dime a dozen.
Well, to a certain degree,
there's hundreds of millions of you. Actually, there's probably billions of you.
To a certain degree,
of that archetype.
I did that.
Of
100%.
Yeah, I like to make like poke fun at them. You're like a battery that's being used, like the Matrix. Like you're one of those babies in those things that are just being fucking drained of energy. It's like conspiracy theories. I'm like, they were actually talking about you. These multi-millionaires that you wish you could be. These multi-millionaire filmmakers are actually talking about you. You don't know it though, because you think it's just the pop culture phenomenon. Look at the action. It's like, well,
oh, you know, I was like this close to being serious.
It's like
when I heard. No,
that's
honest,
what's funny about it.
Being honest, when I heard conspiracy, like this close to being like serious. Like, okay, it's not joking anymore. This isn't funny. I get met with people talking about Trump. Oh God, look what he said here. It's funny. It's like he kills kids. This ain't funny no more. This ain't funny. He ain't cute. Neither of them. Look at Obama though. He's such a weird. It's like what's his name? Siblings.
Jesus.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he kills kids. You can go now. What?
Nah, it's shit talking in the comments. Well, this went to shit. I enjoyed my shit talking time here with you guys tonight. It's probably gonna be wrapping it up soon. I like sleep and I like beer, and I'm almost all out of beer.
We're gonna get more beer. Snicker.
But yeah.
Wow, dude, you're so dark. Wow.
Oh shit! Like, no one would appeal. I hope would appeal to normies. Like not HS Mac. He's already too polluted. He already has a narrative about us. But like just a brand new normie. It'd be like movies, man. You can seriously go over like fuck, because in their mind, in normies' minds, when they see someone has a paycheck of a lot of money, they automatically like, there must be something special there going on. Just like an intellectual who had his work published, or a scientist who had their thing published. Like, oh, they must be right. because it got published. Like, that's a normie's mindset. So that's why movies are such a thing to use, because like, oh, this made $1 billion, and you point out like this is kind of irrefutable that they're trying to say something here, right? It's hard to not see that, to where it's like, maybe it is credible because they made millions of dollars, and then that at least starts them on a track to start looking further.
Subaru.
Advertisement.
That's the shit. Like it just burns. It's like.
Nah, Anthony sent me. Fuck, I forgot. I'm sorry, Anthony. I have it here on my phone too. Shit, I can play this before we go. It's like a half hour long though. I'll play some of it. Right, it's the come on. It's the L. Randall Ray, Modern Money, the way sovereign currency works. I'm reading the title of, I think that's the same link that Anthony just put down.
Yeah,
tell me if I'm correct.
He's becoming more reactionary. Crazy.
Viciously posted a better video. Can you open that one on your phone, James?
Where?
It's not that high up. Viciously.
Slubs go naked for bed.
I'm not playing that. Oh, he sent that to you specifically.
To me?
No, to HS Mac. That's the corny fucking. We get naked to get people to vote. They don't even care who you vote for. They just say vote.
You see what I'm saying?
So isn't it like you're not gonna put it in a moral question at what if it's Hitler versus Stalin? Like, oh, just vote, pick one. It's like, whoa. There's not even a dry ass desert dry no water around argument like HS Mac. It's just straight up just vote. There's nothing there.
He's a wimp.
He's a desert. He's a cactus. No offense to cactuses. Just desert dry. Just speaks in dust. He spits dust and writes his name in it. Actually, Propaganda, I have a friend who may be doing something similar. You should tell me. You should DM James on Instagram and tell him how you do it. How you clone something. Please. Uncle Drew left, but...
You just want to talk about yourself.
Uncle Drew left, but he was going to help me with my computer. He worked for Lenovo. Alright, I'm going to play some of this Anthony Reyes video. And then we're out of here. Give some of my thoughts on it. It's a half hour long, so I'm not playing the whole thing. I'll play some of it though. And then hopefully if I get that other computer running, we'll be able to do a whole bunch of shit. I really can't type with my left hand. It's terrible. I'm sure my audio died there. I'll bring this over here. muting your mic for a bit so it doesn't
Go ahead.
blow the speaker out. Ah, shit. Alright, let's try some of this. Here we go.
Okay, I am going to be giving an overview of our view on money, and in this upcoming series there will be quite a number of people who will be carrying on with this particular view of money, which is an alternative to what is
First 10
normally
minutes,
taught in
okay.
economics courses. I think it is closer to what is taught outside of economics, including in history. Let's start with a quiz. I'm going to ask you questions
You should
that
do that.
actually have a correct answer.
Go on Twitch and look for military recruiters. Play Call of Duty and look for military recruiters. Say, hey, pussy. Pussy.
Proposals. They are just questions
I love Iran.
about the way that a sovereign currency works. And by sovereign currency, I mean a currency in which the national government issues its own currency. Okay?
By the way, I used to love videos. I used to watch these like lectures, not 27 minutes, more like 3.5 hour lectures, just consecutively. I used to just absorb information like crazy. That's why I can reference like weird shit. Cause all I would do is just watch lectures over and over and over again, from Cornel West to fucking David Icke, all over the fucking place. Anything I can get my hands on. I was like, holy shit. I went to a party once while I'm playing beer pong. I'm like, do you know how amazing Google is? Like, I'm, drunk as shit. Like, dude, Google is the most amazing thing. Because it's like, I don't know. I never had because I always thought school shit. When I was young, I always thought like school shit was boring as fuck. But when you just go research on your own, it's like, fuck, this is all fucking... just information. You just want to soak it all in. Then I got to a point where I'm like, but what about me? What's wrong with me? And then, shit happens from there. All right, here we go.
Such as the United States, Japan, Turkey. This would not include countries that adopt foreign currencies, and also would not include European nations that adopted the euro. I'll save just one slide on the euro, but you're going to have in the future a whole session devoted to the euro. Okay? So here we go. Just like a household, the government has to finance its spending out of its income or through borrowing. Is that true or false? You can write down your answer. Question 2. The role of taxes is to provide finance for government spending. True or false?
That was going to be false, I think.
The national government borrows money from the private sector to finance the budget deficit. True or false?
True.
You're going to get a lot of these wrong. By running budget surpluses, the government takes pressure off interest rates because more funds are then available for private sector investment projects.
I have no idea.
Persistent budget deficits will burden future generations with inflation and higher taxes.
False.
Running budget surpluses now will help build up the funds necessary to cope with the aging population in the future. True or false?
False.
Okay, you can tally your results. They're all false. Every one of those is false.
Really?
Recently, there's a paper, the St. Louis Fed.
If the Fed is private and they borrow money from
St.
there.
Louis Fed, if you don't know, is a bastion of monetarism. This is Milton Friedman type economics. So what I'm telling you is
So you're
accept
saying the government
from
borrows
right to left.
from private,
Okay?
from the private sector
As the sole
to help with their
manufacturer of
deficit
dollars
or whatever.
whose
It's like
debt is denominated
that's the
in
Federal
dollars,
Reserve,
the U.S. government can never become insolvent, i.e. unable to pay its bills. In this sense, the government is not dependent on credit markets to remain operational. Moreover, there will always be a market for U.S. government debt at home because the U.S. government has the only means of creating risk-free dollar-denominated assets. Let me translate. Government can never run out of dollars. It can never be forced to default. It can never be forced to miss a payment. It is never subject to the whims of bond vigilantes. Okay? That's what the St. Louis Fed tells us. And you can find virtually identical quotes from Bernanke, from Greenspan, okay, and really from almost all economists. When President Obama tells you we're running out of money, that the piggy bank is empty, that is just not true. And all economists know that it's not true. Okay, so the question is, why do they lie to you? There's a nice little video by Loud in which he interviews Paul Samuelson. I won't read this long thing. You can see the PowerPoint later.
L. Randall Ray.
He says there's an element of truth in the superstition that the budget must be balanced. He says it all times, but then later on he talks about over longer periods of time. He likens it to an old-fashioned religion used to scare people.
It's a part of his series, I think.
So that they will behave in a particular way. He says we have taken away a belief in the intrinsic necessity of balancing the budget, if not every year, then over a short period of time. If Prime Minister Gladstone came back to life, he would say, uh-oh, what have you done? And James Buchanan argues in those terms. I have to say, I see merit in that view. So he likens it to a superstition, an old-time religion. Okay, we have to do this because we have a fear that our elected representatives will spend without limit. And so we make up this lie that the federal government is like a U.S. household. You hear this all the time in the debates about the budget. The U.S. government is like a household. That is not true. Unless you have a printing press in your basement and you're printing up dollars, you are nothing like the federal government. The federal government creates money as it spends.
Okay, but once again, like I've said this numerous times, economics is probably my weakest suit as far as things I understand about politics. But if the Fed, isn't the Fed private? So when he's talking about printing money, isn't that the Fed doing it and then lending it back in a way? Like I said, this shit confuses the shit out of me, but yeah. I'll play more.
So the framework that I am working from, called Modern Money, will use modern money to answer these sorts of questions. What is money? Why is it accepted? What's the relation of the government to its money? What is fiscal policy and what is monetary policy? Almost all the conventional wisdoms that provide answers to these have got it wrong. Okay? Are these things money? The top one is a rock that 500,000 years ago.
I'm sorry. That's just funny. Toss on homo.
Made scratches in to record something. We don't know
That's
what
funny.
recording. Below that, these are bones that are 50,000 years old, that humans carved more complicated marks in these to record something. We don't know what they are. Here is some more evidence of things on which humans carved notches or cuneiform. Okay. What are these? We know what these are because we can read them. Okay. Does anyone know what the things on the left are? Tally sticks. Okay. Stock and stub. And we all have heard the term. Raise a tally. So the crown, when he wanted to buy sheep from you, would issue a tally stick to you. Okay, you would accept this in payment for the sheep you sold to the king. Okay, and there would be, the stick is split into stock and stub to keep a record. Okay, and the clay Shabbat tablets Michael might be talking about. How about these? Okay, finally you see something, there's money. Okay, what are these? These are records, just like the tally sticks. They're records of credits and debits. And of course today, the currency is fairly insignificant. Most of these records are kept electronically on balance sheets. Okay, so what is money? It's a social unit of account. And in fact, it is almost always a state money of account. In the United States, it's the dollar. Okay? speak up, really. I sounded loud to myself. It's a record of a debit or credit. The dollar, our money unit, is like an inch, or a foot, or a pound, okay, or a liter. It's a measuring unit. We then have money things that are denominated in our money unit. It's a little bit confusing in the United States because we use the word dollar to indicate both the measuring unit and the thing that's being measured, a little piece of paper that's green. Okay? That has not always been the case in monetary history, but in the United States it is true. We then have a hierarchy of these money things. My professor, Hyman Minsky, used to always say, you know, anybody can create money, and he meant money things. Then he would add, the problem lies in getting it accepted. The government's money things are widely accepted. My money things are much less widely accepted. There is a hierarchy of these money things. The important thing is, almost always the money things are denominated in the state's money of account, dollars. I could issue money things denominated in rays, okay? But it's much more common to denominate them in the state's money of account. What backs up our money? When I started teaching in the early 80s, I would ask my students, and probably 3/4 of economics students said gold. Well, it wasn't true even then, okay? Today, almost nobody is confused about this because we have Ron Paul running around saying, we need to back our money with gold, right? So now they know that it's not. I like to read what it says on the paper currencies. US dollar, this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. So more sophisticated students would say, it's legal tender. And it's true, many currencies have a statement like that. Canadian dollar, Australian dollar, UK pound. Get out the pound and look at it. It says, picture of the Queen. I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of £5 on a £5 note. So in other words, if you take that £5 note to the Queen, she promises to pay you another £5 note. That's all she promises. No gold, no legal tender. She promises to give you another one in exchange. Okay, so, and in Europe, no legal tender laws. So what backs these things up? So some even more sophisticated
gravel,
fiat. The government just says it's worth $1. That gets a little bit closer to the truth, but it sounds like there's nothing that backs up the currency. You don't want to look behind the dollar bill, there's nothing there, right? Okay, the alternative view, modern money view. Use of the currency and value of money are based on the power of the issuing authority, not on intrinsic value. That should be fairly obvious now, okay? Where most of our money things are just electronic entries on balance sheets. Even in the case of the government, that's the way that it mostly spends, not by issuing green paper money, but through an electronic entry. The state played the central role in the evolution of money. I think that Michael will talk about this. And from the beginning, used and in fact purposely created the monetary system to move resources to the public sector. That was the purpose of creating a monetary system. We find, as Charles Goodhart says, that in almost every case we have a one nation, one currency. Euroland is the first major experiment in breaking this link between nations and their currencies. It's not going so well for them if you're paying attention to what's going on in Euroland. So separate currencies is not a coincidence. It's tied up with sovereign power, political independence, and fiscal authority. As a shorthand, what we say is taxes drive money. Taxes are denominated in the state's unit of account. The state spends its currency into existence. When you got that tally stick from the crown, why on earth would you sell your sheep to the crown for a stick? Because you could use your half of the stick to pay your taxes. Now, taxes are just one example of an obligation that the authority can put on you. In the old days, fees and fines were much more important than taxes. But today, it's mostly taxes that drive money. But any form of an obligation that you owe the authorities will work to drive currency. How does a modern government actually spend? Through keystrokes.
I got that from you.
Okay? When the government wants to buy something or make a transfer payment, Social Security payment, it credits a bank's reserves and the bank credits your demand deposit.
Undisclosed
All
sources.
electronically, that's the way modern states spend. So they are spending their own money unit into existence. Taxes just reverse that. The government
Hey, just Mag, are you a David Pakman fan?
And the bank debits
It'll explain a lot.
Emphasis on fans.
So it's
I just like, do you like his content?
Okay, and
I'm not trying to put you in a
banks
corner
are
or
sort of
anything.
like our scorekeepers.
Pause.
They keep track of these credits and debits for us. When the government credits more accounts than it debits, we call that deficit spending. That's what deficit spending is. The government has created more money than it has debited in tax payments. So the government net credits bank reserves, and the bank net credits the account of the recipient.
Now, I've heard the, what the fuck's his name? Steve Grumble or something like that. He was on Status Quo a couple of times talking about Andrew Yang's UBI, how it's all bullshit to him. Like, no, you could do that with Social Security rather than creating a UBI. And, he's talking about, like, when people are like, well, we get out of these foreign wars, we'll have more money domestically. And he was like, that's all horseshit. We already have it. We can already do it. We don't... Like, he was talking about, like, Tulsi Gabbard saying, if we get out of these foreign wars, we'll have more money to spend here. He's saying, like, no, we can get out of the wars, but, we could just spend it anyway. Like, we already have the money to do it anyways. These aren't the same thing. The income taxes we pay, it's not some piggy bank that the government uses to spend money. We have, like we already have shit to do shit with. If that made any sense. I don't really like Pakman too much. He's a bit too pro-Israel hawkish for me. Oh, really? Really? Love to hear you explain that one. But otherwise, he seems fine. I'm not too familiar with him. Bobby actually recommended a guy to me. I'm going to watch later. He texted me. I forgot his name. I think Brian Taylor or something. I'll check him out, though. Anyways, there's more of this. I'm going to end up playing
Why does the government sell bonds? The government can buy anything it wants by crediting bank accounts. Why does it sell bonds? It doesn't need its own money from the population. It creates its own money.
That's what
every time it spends.
Like,
it never needs to borrow. In fact, if you look at the balance sheets, there is no way that the currency issuer can borrow its own currency. That makes no sense at all. And in fact, it could not be done. So they don't borrow their own currency. Deficit spending leads to net credits to banking system reserves. This will normally lead to excess reserves. If we're running a $1 trillion budget deficit, by identity, we're creating $1 trillion of bank reserves. In normal times, banks don't want to hold excess reserves, so they offer them in the overnight market called the Fed funds market in the United States. That drives the overnight interest rate
I got you,
down,
Anthony. I got you.
Okay, potentially to zero. And so what the Fed does is it sells bonds to drain excess reserves. So bond sales are actually part of monetary policy, and it really doesn't matter whether it's the Fed that sells them or the Treasury that sells them. The purpose of selling bonds is to drain excess reserves from the banking system so that the central bank can hit its overnight interest rate target. Otherwise, the interest rate would be driven to zero. Okay, we're in unusual times right now where the Fed wants the interest rate to be about zero. So it can leave excess reserves in the banking system, but this is not normal. So really, bond sales have nothing to do with borrowing. They're not part of the fiscal operations of the state. They're part of the monetary policy.
Yanis Varoufakis. Is capitalism devouring democracy?
A budget surplus is the opposite. You're always draining the reserves out of the system. You got to put
it
back in. You do that through open market purchases. Central bank policy. We've had a long history of debate about what the central bank should do. Should it have a money target? Should it have an inflation target? Should it have interest rate targets? Okay, economists have finally reached a consensus, okay, one that we discovered a long time ago, which is that central banks always operate with an overnight interest rate target. No matter what they tell you, that's what they're actually doing, an overnight interest rate target. And that means that they have to accommodate exactly the demand for reserves or they'll miss their target. And that is why they use the bond sales or bond purchases in order to make sure banks have the right amount of currency reserves. What this means is that the interest...
But they don't really, right? The right amount of currency reserves, but they don't really have that. Because, like, I've heard that, this is, once again, I could be lost in what he's saying, but like David Icke, one of the first things I've heard from him is, hey, it's almost like if everyone in America was like, let's go to the bank and get our money out of it, like they wouldn't actually have the cash there to do it because it's all on digital screens and shit. And then, like, let's say you're paying your mortgage or paying down your house and they're charging you whatever percent interest. It's like you're paying like 2 or 3 times your house's value to keep up with the original 150 grand you actually owe for the house, right? Because you're paying it over time and with the interest rate, and then it's like you're paying like 3 times the value of your actual house. What? Utopia for realists. What?
It's just... It's just fucking sad.
Yanni's a big brain dude. I got him on my phone now. I'm checking him out. Pause.
This rate is set by the central bank, and they hit their interest rate target through the open market operations. Okay? Now, they set it anywhere they want. If we want 0 interest rates, we can have 0 interest rates. It doesn't matter whether...
Like Israel? I mean, for like these guys that are probably going to be considered anti-Semites, and if I was a social normie, I'd call them anti-Semites. Like Vincent James or E. Michael Jones. If I was a social normie, I'd call them anti-Semites too, let's be honest. But you're talking about the idea of usury, which is not charging interest on debts and stuff. Instead of, I let you borrow $10, you owe me $10. Instead, it's, I loaned you $10, you owe me $10 plus interest. So if it takes you 4 weeks and it's a 3% interest, blah, 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 you'll have whatever, $12 extra you got to pay me. Now you owe me $24. But in Israel, they don't have that. They don't have it. They're not something. They might be going in conspiracy land, but they're saying religiously they're not allowed to charge interest to anyone except non-Jewish people. And I'm not. Once again, I'm not trying to go fucking full conspiracy bullshit, but I'm saying that was the idea, and that's why it's not in Israel. I could be completely wrong about that. But that's what I heard. Anti-Semite. I'm trying not to say a joke because...
The budget deficit is $1 billion or we have a budget surplus. We can hit our interest rate target. This is not true for a country that is not sovereign in the currency sense that I'm using that term. So, for example, Greece cannot set its interest rate. Okay, it is subject to the bond vigilantes. The United States is not, and neither is Japan. And note, Japan has budget deficits even bigger than ours, and they've been doing it for more than 20 years and had 0 interest rates all along because they want them to be 0. So far,
it's like you can see the game that, like, let's say, like, just saying, like, if we take everything this guy's saying as truth, as straight up truth, it's like, oh, so they're just manipulating, playing around with numbers for the reasons, he's probably not going to go. He sounds more like a very like a studious guy. Like he's very strict to. I'm talking about economics strictly, like that type of shit. But it would make a normal person just wonder, like, if this is true, and it's like, how come they do that there? They do something like this here. It's like the interest rate is just by choice. Like they choose to either have a 0 or whatever interest rate. And it's like, why would they manipulate and play around with that? I don't get it. And that leaves room for people to be like, well, I can think of a couple fucking theories. Just saying. Unless you're HS Mac and you like the desert. No offense to deserts. You like sand.
No, listen, deserts.
You like sand. You like mirages more than you like water fountains. you like the mirage of a water fountain more than the water fountain.
Deserts have water.
Yeah.
There's some water.
Like I said, no offense to deserts.
We're talking about, imagine a bone, just a bone in the fucking space somewhere, just floating.
Just think of Biden's dick after he fucks a corpse. Just that type of dry. Just pure dryness. Is he fucking
a corpse if someone's doing it for him?
Just Ashy Larry. Just dust.
Because of this people.
The World Series of Dice and the promo he does, he's like that shit. He's the ashiest motherfucker on the planet.
Everything I told you is a description of reality. There's no policy recommendation, there's no theory involved in this. I didn't say anything about what the government ought to do, I'm describing what the government actually does. Okay, we can move on to policy that could follow from this. And here I'll rely on Abba Lerner, what he called the principles of functional finance. Here we're talking about should, not what the government actually does. The government should spend more if there's unemployment. If you have unemployment, it means government spending is too low. You need to spend more. If the unemployment rate is 8%, to hit the budget deficit, it's not important. We cannot
I wouldn't know how he does that without laughing. So the fucking dust covered up.
Okay, so government should spend more. Government can also reduce taxes.
Shit.
It's usually less effective, but that's also a policy option. The government should supply more money. What he meant was bank reserves if interest rates are too high. Okay, of course that's not a problem right now. We're supplying plenty of reserves and the banks have plenty of excess. And he insisted that the budgetary outcome and the government debt outcome should never be a primary consideration. What matters is unemployment, inflation, and where the interest rates are relative to where you want them to be. Now, governments are not financially constrained, but they do impose, self-impose constraints on themselves. Okay? These may be a good idea, they may be a bad idea. The point is they are self-imposed. We have a variety of self-imposed constraints. We have a budgeting process. That is a self-imposed constraint, and it's probably a good idea to have a budgeting process. Okay?
Yeah.
We have debt limits in the United States. We're kind of unusual. We tell the federal government, go ahead and spend this amount per year, but if you get up to the debt limit, you can't spend. This is probably not a very good self-imposed constraint, but we imposed it on ourselves. We can remove it anytime we want, and normally we remove it every time we reach it. Okay? This next time around, maybe we won't. Okay? But it's self-imposed. Markets don't impose it. Okay? It doesn't come from any law of nature. We imposed it. And we also...
Yeah. I was like, so when I bring up that argument to, I guess, to some guys that are more leaning towards socialism as a solution and as an actual solution to things or an actual step in the right direction or something, it's like, yeah, but we're looking at this, and if we take this as truth, it's like, whoa, it's just a funny game they're playing. So it's not really the system thing that's to be worried about. It's the people that play the game and manipulate the game. Like, is there any more proof you need than that? if we're looking at this as legit. Just saying.
To have operational constraints, and so people will say, well, hold it, what you told us before isn't quite right, because the Treasury has to write checks on its account at the central bank, the Fed. Okay, this is true. The Treasury has to have money in its account at the central bank. But we found ways to make sure it always has the money in its account, because otherwise it would be bouncing checks to Social Security recipients, for example. So we never have the Treasury running out of money in its account. And I can talk about that if you want. And when Stephanie Kelton comes, she's the best on this topic.
Damn, you're late, Gray
We
Walker.
also have the central bank is prohibited from buying Treasury debt new issues. So the central bank can't buy bonds directly from the Treasury because that would allow the Treasury to very easily always have money in its account. Okay? But
Yeah,
again, you get around this very easily.
You know,
The Treasury just sells
fucking
to banks,
he asked
and
him.
the
How do you come up with
Treasury's account at private banks is moved to the Fed. Okay? And then the Fed buys the bonds from the banks.
Like some,
So they get around
he
it
said
easily,
some shit
but
like
the point
that
is it's self
in the first,
They use
the
special
latest Joe
depositories
Rogan
and
clip.
special tax and loan accounts.
Like, this sounds like a
Summary.
puppy interview.
Am I doing
Are you
right?
interviewing a puppy or something?
Okay. Deficit spending creates private
He's like,
financial
"No,
wealth,
man.
net credits.
My life is
Note
like
that
musical.
central
It's
banking
like lyrics,
operations do
you know,
not.
man? Like, that's what
We've-
McConaughey is saying. Like,
We've got
hey, Rogan
the
used to call
Fed
these guys
doing its best, I
like
suppose,
idiots
to
with
stimulate
monkey
the
suits on,
economy.
accepting
But the
awards and
problem
shit.
is,
Like, you used to
it
call them
can't
that.
provide any net
Now you're like,
credits.
whoa,
It can
I
buy
got
assets
praised.
from you, but it can't
Well,
spend
Joe, you
money
know,
into
someone writes it
existence.
for me. You know,
it has
I'm
to
an actor,
lend
you know?
money into
You know,
existence,
man?
or substitute assets you've already got for a credit at the Fed. This doesn't stimulate much this way.
I
Quantitative
do
easing
Lincoln
hasn't done
commercials,
anything.
man.
It
I don't
won't.
even drive a
All it
Lincoln.
can do
It's
is drive
below my
interest
pay
rates to zero.
grade,
That's it.
man.
The Treasury spends money into existence. It's much
That was
more.
an Interstellar, man. That's Chris Nolan, man.
It doesn't matter whether
Come
bonds
on,
have to be sold
man.
first, which is one of the
Huh?
self-imposed constraints, so long
Not
as the
bad.
central bank accommodates reserve
Not bad at
demand.
all.
There is no limit
I put it
on
in the
the
good
Treasury
category. But like
due to this self-imposed
8.2,
constraint. It doesn't matter whether the central bank is prohibited from
8.2,
buying new
8.3
issues,
territory.
round about that through the banks, and
So
it
he has
doesn't
to
matter
travel
whether
through
Treasury
the
must have money
dimension.
in its account at the central bank to spend.
And the only thing that connects him to his
Central bank
dimension,
and
which
banks
is
cooperate
his
to make sure
daughter,
it always
is
has the money in its account.
love.
Euro, one slide.
A lot more
This is an
sophisticated. though.
example of a non-sovereign currency from the point of view of the individual member states. They gave up their own sovereign currencies, the lira, when they joined
Hold up.
the...
I took action, Jordan. That's what's important.
Do you agree that there will always exist sociopaths among humanity? That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Because part of me views experience as experience. You know, like learning.
You know, I'd argue yes. But not in the way they believe it. It's like,
But
do I have to dive in?
But do I? Will sociopaths always exist as the powerful? Will that always have? Will the normies always be manipulated by the sociopath types? It's like that does not have to be the case. Not saying sociopathy has to be the case either. I'm just saying it's like even if they do exist, do they have to be the leaders of this, and that? That's a normie problem. That's not a sociopath problem. As Tessarian would say, like, oh, what do you think the maggots are gonna do? You left the fruit out on the cupboard. Of course the maggots are gonna eat. That's what they do. So it's like that's the normies fucking up there. So I would think the real solution to the problems we see in the world today is to get to the normies, man. They really need they need help badly.
You have the one snake oil salesman on the side of the road in the city and shit. Do I blame him for selling? He's a snake oil salesman. Or do I
Yeah.
blame the fucking hopeless wonders out there? Oh, please sell me the oil, please.
It's Martin Luther King's last speech. That long road to Jericho. Right? And there's the beggar on the street. And he brings up a scenario of people that walk past him. Like one's like, I'm late for church. I gotta go. Bye. And there's one who's like, this dude might rob me. I gotta go. And then there's the one good Samaritan who stops and says, like, if I don't help him, like, forget what will happen to me. What's going to happen to him if I don't help him? That's the scenario before they fucking killed him. That's the scenario he brought up in that little Road of Jericho story. And that's kind of like what happens, right? That's what happens with normies. Like, I got church, I can't stop. Or there's we brought up something where it's like there's some sort of ritual, like, oh, we're in this phase of this religious date, and I can't touch other people, so I can't touch them, so I got to keep going. Then there's the guy who's like, if I go talk to this guy, he's probably tricking me, and he's gonna rob me, so I can't talk. I gotta move. I gotta keep going. And there's the guy who's like, fuck, maybe he wants to rob me. I might have some religious thing going on, but if I don't stop and help him, what'll happen to him? The other two guys had no idea because they just walked away. The one Good Samaritan, as he calls him, finds out.
Oh, as long as this exists?
And he doesn't go beyond that, real quick. He doesn't go beyond that, by the way. He doesn't go on to, well, what happened was the beggar did this, and then the Good Samaritan did... No. He cuts the story off right there, which is the way it's supposed to be, I think.
Sociopathy will always, as long as or we know this as to exist, it's like sociopathy to exist. It's like, well, I have to fucking put in that concept. Like, have I done that? Sure, I have. There you go.
I think the part of me looks at this world as like
my sole ambition and we both know. I told you what that was. So it was like to exclude everything else. Fuck, that's like fucking.
Part of me looks at this world as like a giant classroom in a way. You can play with that and make me look stupid for saying that, but I'm just saying, like, part of me looks at it as like a classroom, and part of it is different types of archetypes interacting with each other. It's supposed to, attract and talk to and, mingle with each other in a way. So, taking this world as it is, and me thinking of the healthiest version of it, it's like, yeah, there'd probably be sociopaths, but they'd be like somewhere in sports somewhere. They'd be like, I'm winning that 8th ring, bitch. I'm winning that fucking, and nothing you could fucking do. Like, no feelings about it, like, nothing.
That's very different.
I'm just saying, if it exists, then it should be something that should be used. I would say it's an archetype that should be used, if you ask me, looking at it in a metaphysical context. So, like I said, like, just not saying this is the case, but let's say like Michael Jordan. Let's say when he has a basketball in his hand and he has an opponent in front of him, he's a full-on corporate CEO sociopath. Like, I'm gonna do whatever I can to get this goal achieved. There's nothing you could fucking do about it. I'm gonna run right over you without any emotion about it. Like, I'm just gonna win. Fuck you. Like, there's that archetype being displayed, but is that, is he's in a realm of competition where competition's kind of supposed to be, rather than, well, we're gambling with people's lives here. That type of shit. Where it's like, I just want to win my business transaction. Right? It's, I guess, kind of like the other side of sports, right? Where you have the agents and they're negotiating contracts, and I just want as much money as I can because I want to win. I want to win the game. I want to win the game of life. And according to everyone else, life is just about how much money you can make. And then that's that type of sociopathy, psychopathy type of stuff.
At the end of those movies, you never see them on the deathbed. What does it all mean? We don't see that.
But, yeah. The problem is when people do things, like Michael Jordan probably feels comfortable being a psychopath when he plays basketball. He's probably comfortable doing it. But when someone has to do something where it's like you're literally destroying another human being, there's probably some sort of inkling of a flicker of light to where it's like, I have to get rid of this thing or it's going to destroy me. I cannot let this feeling happen or I'm done for. I can't do what I do. Right? If someone was like, hey, Michael, every point you score kills a kid in the world, You'd be like, oh, fuck. He had to do something about it, right? If he wanted to stay that type of killer athlete. Like, well, I have to murder my conscience now to do to do this thing.
Yeah.
So,
my own experience, it was like, I cannot do that. So.
And then there's the other type of sociopathy, psychopathy, where it's like trauma that happened to where they turn their emotions off, right? Where it's like, I suffered something that was so emotionally fucking killing me that I had to turn my emotions off. Whether it's like, rape or being like brutalized as a kid, something traumatic, something really traumatic happened for them. Based on their perspective, something traumatic happened for them. It could even be something like a girl breaking up with them, right? It could be something simple as that, or getting, you were second in your class rather than Bobby here, he's the valedictorian. You're number 2, loser. Like, that's what's going through this person's mind. And it can be so traumatic to where they become a fucking machine to become number 1 at something. And there's a whole bunch of fucking context, narrative, a whole bunch of nuance and shit to it. This is just my ideas about the psychology of these things. Vicious says there are good and bad sociopaths / psychopaths for sure. I'll disagree with that statement. I'll say it can be an archetype to go along with the other collective of your archetypes, right? Like, oh, I'm a dark champion here, I'm a light champion here, I'm a Boy Scout here, I'm a sociopath here, right? Like when Batman's doing investigation, or he's investigating something where he's not physically doing something, he doesn't have to turn his conscience on. He does, but he doesn't really. It's like almost like he's just strictly studying shit. There's no emotion about it. He's just like, I need all the information so that I know when I get in this scenario, I know exactly what to do here. And I can't let my emotions get in the way when I do it. So I need to really study this just coldly. And I guess that would be the experience of like sociopathy, right? Towards just pure cold. There's no warmth in your heart. Like, this isn't something I enjoy to do. It's something I feel I have to do. So I have to do it very coldly. I have to coldly study this case and the bullet casings and all that shit.
I'd say you nailed it.
But,
it's like,
where's the comment?
I don't know how many people enjoy this. I enjoy nothing about this. 0.
Yeah. And we all have everything. Why not fucking use it? Added to his comment, he says, thrill seekers and such, their motivations and goals usually determine how fucked up they are.
CEO. Then you have the
I mean, yeah. I think it's when they're presented with that flicker of like, oh fuck, flicker of feeling. I'm talking about the typical, not the non-traumatic having sociopath, right? The trauma ones are more of like such an emotional pain that they feel the need, like, I have to kill this and bury this, otherwise I'll want to kill myself, I'll be depressed all the time or whatever. I'd rather be a cold, robotic motherfucker than be that sad sack of shit over there, which is how they talk to themselves.
Burning alive, walking around that way, or just switch.
Yeah. But I hear what you're saying.
I didn't say that.
Low J, that's probably propaganda. You fuck. Scott says, so it's on the people. Agreed. Does doing something about it include taking away the tools of the sociopaths? Well, I think it's the normie should understand it. It's not theirs. When you say tools of the sociopaths, I assume you mean like if I'm a giant corporate, I'm a sociopathic owner / CEO of a giant corporation or whatever. I'm running shit, and taking that away from them would, he wouldn't be able to have control over here, control over here, or control over here because he doesn't have the money to do it. it's like I don't need to take it away from them as much as I just walk away from them. Who is what's his name? Who is Jeff Bezos without the factory workers at Amazon, without the managers, without the janitors, without the guys who ship it out, without the guys who make the orders, without the fucking the support, the tech support guys, without none of them? What is he? Because there's no way you can believe that all of them are sociopaths. So if you take Amazon, the entire fucking company, and say sociopaths go over here, and just normies go over here, it'll be a lot to a very, very few, I suspect. So it's like, I don't need to take Amazon from you. I just go somewhere else. Now you're fucked. Now what do you have? How about a sociopathic president? We're going to war with here because I have some sort of business goal to get into. What's him without the military? Take all the sociopaths, take the military, and break them up to, here's your sociopaths and here's your normies. Psychopaths, sociopaths, psychopaths, and here's your normies. It's like, that's once again a lot to a very few. What are they going to do? We're going to war. All 10 of us. Including the president, because he'd have to be one of them. Right? Yeah. They have such little numbers, they'd need the president to go to war with them, too. Now what do they have to do in this world? They have to trick these guys into, like, these guys are really bad over here. These guys are really, really bad, and they're going to come hurt your family, your kids, your wife, your husband. They're going to hurt everyone. Your family, your friends, they're gonna come over here and they're going to hurt all of us. Or they're going to plan to do shit over here, and then they're going to send small groups to hurt us over here. They have to do that to trigger their emotions to get them to do whatever. Or the other bait, it's like, no one in your family's been to college, huh? Why don't you come over here? We'll get you into college. We'll get you a career. Just suck it up for 4 or 5 years. You'll be fine. You get in, you get out, you got a career. You got free college, you're good. Free health care, you're good. I hope that explained my perspective on it.
It's like an apple without a core. Go ahead, do it. Walk around.
Now, what happens if the normies knew these guys were sociopaths? Now what happens? It's like,
someone's getting hanged.
In fact, the normies would create a psychological condition of, like, something like, it's like, man, yo, you don't know that dude's fucking crazy, yo? What are you doing? Like, there would be a conditioning thing in normie society. It'd be like Epstein. Like, Epstein didn't kill himself, yo. Come on, man.
Would take it upon themselves to probably murder some of these people. And as well, I mean, if just everybody knew everything.
To create the fear, yeah.
And then, you know what happened? A lot of these guys would just fly away, run away.
Oh, yeah. That was my big goal. Well, not part of a fantasy, I guess. But hey guys, we got these mansions all set up. It's all yours. Go away. Go enjoy it. You want to work with us? Like,
no, it wouldn't be an offer.
You could be a janitor.
They'd be run. They would run. Now just imagine if just magical things. Everything is provided for.
Yeah.
Like, you ever see that cartoon? You haven't seen it. I was older, so I didn't see this. But what was it? That shit, that cartoon where fucking food was falling out of the sky and shit. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. That's it.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking of something else.
Whatever.
I was thinking of like Chicken Little or something.
It's like, no, that's glass.
The sky is falling.
Yeah. No. It's like if just that happened, like, just, funny I say magical because some people won't fucking understand that, but I mean, like, what me and you understand is the social, shallow understanding of magic, like Harry Potter.
It's supernatural.
Sure.
Yeah, like that.
Just food shows up. It's there for you to eat. It's wonderful. You know what I mean? All that crap, like cartoon land,
Mm-hmm.
And it's like these fuckers would try to trick you to thinking you can't have that.
There's a good chance.
How hard they would try to steal it or taint it, it just didn't. It wouldn't work. You know what I'm saying?
and a lot would take it as a game. To that Angel episode sticks in my mind. To when it's the last episode of the entire show, and he's like, and Angel's like, "You fucking people," like he doesn't care. It's like, "You fucking people, like you don't care about anything." And then the Wolfram and Hart dude's like, "Yeah, but we won't care. Yeah. We won't care that we don't care," which means like, it's like we just want to win. It's like Angel, you can win your small little battle here, but we got an army coming outside. And if those guys lose, we'll have an army behind them, and an army behind them, and an army behind them. And it's like it's a constant thing. It's kind of like the Joker in The Dark Knight, where it's like no matter what you do, he's like, "Fuck, my plan fucked up. All right, next."
Well, and then he'll blow up the thing anyway.
Yeah.
So, but that's the thing, though, right?
It's an unstoppable force.
They will.
To help you learn.
Or these demons, to some degree, it's like we'll do whatever it takes.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I really gotta end this. It's fucking late. This is me running. I'm sorry. I'm running away.
No, my bad. You don't have shoes for that. Skip.
What? I got fucking things on. Whatever they're called. Classics. What is this?
Just think about that,
Fuck your Luka Doncic bullshit.
They would, if you had just literally think of that. Just imagine just magic, right? Like just pure water shows up at everybody's house every morning. You know what I mean? Clean, like it's pure. It fucking heals you. All this crap. It's like magic.
Yeah.
These fuckers would try in the middle of the night to steal it. But it's like, that, what do you call it? Like that one story about the sword that's pulled out of the rock and shit. They just can't do it.
Oh.
Like, fuck, come on!
Arthur and the Round Table.
That's it. So they fucking try it. They can't do it.
That's the name of it.
They would try. They would fucking try.
Oh, that'd be fun.
What they would do? They try to trick you. Don't do it. It's bad for you. You know what they would do? They would trick someone into drinking water, like not pure water. Not the magical water. They would like, see, he died. He threw up blood. See, don't drink it. Give it to us. And the trick is like you can do whatever you want with it out of your own free will.
Yeah.
And that's how they trick you.
Yeah.
And they would trick you and they'd store it.
Yeah.
Christ, and then they try to sell it back to you.
That's the.
And guess what, HS Max?
That might be the most devious part to me, is selling it back.
You're still here. That's the thing you're enabling. Congratulations. That's you.
It's Excalibur, by the way.
Whatever.
I just remembered. Hi, Amy Brown. Who the fuck you are? We're rude over here, so we say shit like that.
Rude, yeah. Talking about manners, yeah.
And once we walk away, we wouldn't recreate the same social organization that was dominated by the sociopaths, right? I mean, the normies walking away would require a great psychological leap that hasn't been seen.
All you gotta do is have some sort of tragic thing happen to trick you people, and that's it.
Well, I'm saying it would take quite a big psychological leap to even get there, to honestly walk away.
Imagine Clay being open for the first time.
But this, yeah. If they didn't truly take that step away from something like that, if it was just, well, everyone else is doing it, I'm stepping away too. That leaves room for the archetype to play its role, within the minds of people. And then when this particular archetype becomes so overbearing, that's when the shitty things happen. Or else the same personality type would rise to the top again. Like I said, if they don't take a true step away from the malice, then yeah, it's bound to happen again. What else can I say?
Did you just copyright him? Take him away. I'm trying to make sure my grandchildren's children have the money.
I am not from Canada, you fuck. You watched Westworld yet? Very good show, super psychological, and I know you're into that. Yes, I have watched all. I think it's 3 or 4 seasons of Westworld.
Stopped at season 3.
So it must be 4 of them.
I'm just like, no, I mean like, you know, where they're in the like real.
Okay, that's season 3.
So I was like, okay, I'll stop here.
All right, so I think it is 3 seasons then.
I
liked it.
I was binge watching that. Like,
and that's.
You have like 20 episodes that you're just like this. I need to. Other things came up where I decided to put my attention to.
A lot of Nolan films ask that. Like, they like choice as like a theme. Choice. What makes you a person? What makes you human?
It's too detailed.
So that's his brother, Jonathan Nolan. That's his shit. Westworld.
It's not why you do it. It's the fact that you did it.
And I expect nothing less from HBO. They're the best.
Right, remember Batman?
They suck, but they're the best.
Batman with his grappling hook flying down, just like grabbing the girl from the fucking what do you call it? Grabbing the girl from the oncoming car.
Yeah.
Why not replace it? Imagine a boulder with a grappling hook. It just so happens.
I'm not watching the Luca video, you fuck. Blah, blah, blah. That's right, I'm from the middle class suburbs, son. Even if the normies become enlightened, the sociopaths are still not enlightened, and it's their presence that is the issue. That's the thing.
Who said that?
Scuffed. Yeah, but once again, they have nothing if they don't have worker bees under them, right? It's straight up. What's the military general without an army? He's just a crazy fucking kook. We need to go to war with her. Everyone's like, fuck out of here. What if he's by himself? He's just a crazy kook then at that point.
Think of it like...
They'd have to pretend to be normies. Which is kind of what happens anyways.
I'm gonna fucking tip them. You know what I mean? And if I can't do it, I'm gonna get these fuckers to do it. And if they won't do it, it's like this. It's like Corbett's century of enslavement. Obviously, shit back in those days were obviously horrible. You know what I mean? But the point is, it's like they kept trying to get this bank, this idea. They kept trying, and they kept fucking trying over and over again. They kept failing until finally they did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Say, I want this building here. I want this thing to be I want this idea to be an actual thing. That way I can fucking use it to fucking undermine people and, profit myself. You know what I mean? That kind of crap.
Yeah.
Or it's like, denied. I finally did it. It's like over and over again. Jesus Christ. They'll keep coming,
Well.
Now, here's the thing, though. That's with, power. You know what I mean? If they don't have that, then that's something else.
I think...
Well, that's dangerous also.
The sociopath, psychopath thing is one thing that I don't have a full grip on, other than the trauma-based one. That one I understand. Like trauma-based, where I understand, like, oh, you went through an incident and you repressed it in your psyche somewhere, to where you buried your emotions. It could be anything, really. It's really up to the individual. It could be up to the individual, honestly.
My parents got shot in the alley. This kid saw an ant get stepped on, and then it started this whole thing.
It could be a bunch. It could be. It would be more of a big event, or a row of big events, or several big events. I mean, so, but the idea of someone just being born this way, that's the one where I'm still like, I'd literally from you're a little kid, like you're fucking Damien coming out of the fucking womb.
No, I disagree. Absolutely no.
That I have no idea about yet.
Disagree.
Disagree with what? That existing?
I'm born a demon. There's nothing
Nah.
No, I disagree.
That's one where I haven't really I don't understand or have explored, quite frankly.
I don't know. I was right. The idea, I'm born evil.
Oh, no, I doubt that. It's more of you sort of need to get your hands on someone who claims that or says, like, most likely they probably experienced something and just repressed it to where they don't even know it happened. Like when they were like 4 years old, something happened and their dad killed their mom, and then, no, it was an accident, she fell. And the dad just tells the kid that story the whole life.
They don't think about that, do you? Oh.
I think it's less likely they acknowledge. I think it's more likely repressed.
I'm not gonna say I know this person and how they felt about it, but as far as like knowing that, that exact.
I think it's more likely repressed.
Well, it's like, it's in my opinion, from what I remember, like you're like apathetic to these scenarios. It's a little weird.
Well, the actual truly experiencing something is quite not strictly. It's pretty close to strictly being emotional. I bring this concept up in regards to time. Like, yeah, content goes by and our ego is moving with the content and shit. But our emotions, like, we're still the same us that we were when we were fucking 3 years old. The egotistical content has changed as far as, like, words we think about and all that, and experiences have gone by where time exists in the ego. But the actual emotion of it can actually set you back into that time. So if you don't go back, if the emotion is repressed, then the experience is repressed. Even if you can egotistically look back at a scenario, like, oh yeah, I remember the curtains and this and that, but you don't really experience it unless you put yourself in that emotional state.
What does this remind you of? Now, I'm not trying to fucking poke, I'm just saying.
I'm not trying to get locked in another argument.
No, this is 5 minutes.
Good.
But the worker bees will have to do one or two things: build a new system that doesn't incentivize sociopathy, or stick with the same system.
Incentivize sociopathy.
Sociopath will rule again. What does that remind you of?
Huh?
Petey boy? Pete.
Pete?
Pete. Makes documentaries. He's intellectual.
Ah, alright. Yeah, I was just going to say Zeitgeist. I told him that. I'm like, dude, all your ideas like sound exactly like Zeitgeist. I told him that, and he said he never heard of them. I'm like, or he said something like I don't follow them or something like that. But I'm like, these are like the exact same ideas.
Incentivize, yeah.
But it's like,
guess what? Here's the shit, right? The people we have right now, you give them, as far as on the surface, utopia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like what he was describing, Peter Joseph in the Zeitgeist thing, Zeitgeist documentary films.
Yeah.
That guy is gonna meet a brick fucking wall with a fucking car going 200 miles an hour when he meets the Joker. What are you gonna do? This guy doesn't give a shit. This guy does not give a fuck. What are you gonna do?
Well, also just simple human perceptions and shit. Right? Forgive me for bringing this up, but the TV show Charmed, which is like corny and stuff like that, but they had some interesting things in there. And they had these things called avatars, where they wanted to create the perfect utopian world, which means like no negativity, to where it's like if someone stepped on your shoe, instead of sitting back to where kind of like, yeah, it's actually the very, very similar concept to where like someone steps on your shoe, instead of that Joker voice coming in like, did he do it on purpose? What was that? Instead it was just, no, he didn't mean to do it, bye-bye. But if you're a real person with all your archetypes, all your things, permanent smiles and shit like that, instead of all the element, all your archetypes being there, to where it's like, I call it the Lucifer effect, where it's like, but did he do that on purpose? But he also could have just did it by accident. But he could have did it on purpose, too. And it's just that. It's like sides flipping sides constantly. It's like, what the fuck's happening? Which is why the I don't know is such an important tool for thinking. Is to say, like, fuck, I don't know. But yeah, like a little incident like that could happen. So there is no conditioning that stops that. The Joker will have his way because he has to be the whatever it is. What is he? Is he the immovable? No, he's the unstoppable force. Batman's the immovable. Yeah. So there's nothing stopping that. Someone just steps on your shoes by accident in your mind, unless you can read his mind. But we'll develop technology where you can read each other's minds, like Rogan said. Nah. Until that, that question's still there, right? Even if everything advertised, all your advertisements, all your TV, your family, your parents, your friends, they're all saying, no, there's no way he did that on purpose. There's still that, like, but I don't know that. I don't know that. He could have did it on purpose. There's a Cloud Atlas. Have you seen that? With the green guy, like, ooh, boopily boop. That's not the true, is it, huh? Like that guy. Like, there's still that thing there. Because there's an empty space. You left an empty space. Until you fill it with like, what's the truth here? I don't know.
What are you going to do, huh?
Yeah.
You going to drive on it? Well, it's not my job. Just keep driving. Well, what are you going to do, huh?
So.
Cement in your garage. What are you going to do? There's a wheelbarrow right there and a shovel. Come on.
That's all the motifs of the fear of the unknown and all of that. Like, oh, I can't see. It's dark out. I can't see. They're swinging a fucking axe at empty air. This has to be. It's dark out here. I can't see.
We'll get the young man with the brace hat to do it for us, yes. It'd be wonderful.
But, alright.
We can listen to his hip-hop all day long. Mix something. Just kidding.
Alright. I'm done. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I got a day off tomorrow, don't I?
No,
I don't, but I do.
No, you don't.
I don't, but I do.
Dude, I was sitting there for like 3 hours. Just click.
I gotta get that fucking computer running, too. Alright, guys. Alright. That's it for us tonight. Thanks for checking out the debates and hanging out at the end for discussion, watching some videos, cool shit. Before we go, don't forget to donate if you can. If it's still accepting donations, Devon's Journey to Recovery, GoFundMe link in the description box. And with all that said, give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a castle, how will you wear your leisure? You zipper back and front on the fence together. Weekends in leather, flip to the right and slip back to the left. For handshakes to the ranch, and small talk at the crossroads, driving up to the ladder, sucking on every rung, coming up forever and hanging on. That's entertainment.